by 4 in the bottom of the 8th. The Cubs banged out back-to-back homers, refusing to go down to their Southside rivals. With everyone on their feet, fueled by the passionate fans, Alfonso Soriano stepped to the plate. Kick and the 2-2. Little floater. It's going to drop down, and the Cubs are going to win. Exciting Cubs baseball. It's the Crosstown Classic. Round 2. Next. Cellular Field on the south side of town, and we are set for Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. A beautiful afternoon here in Chicago. We'll kick your weekend off in style with the Cubs and the Sox in Game 1 of this series. And let's check in on the standings in both the NL and AL Central. The Cubs have dropped their first 4 on this long trip. They're now tied with Cincinnati for 3rd place in their division. The White Sox also in 3rd, but a distant 6 back of Detroit. Hi again, everyone. Alongside Bob Brindley, I'm Len Casper. These two teams split a rain-shortened 2-game set at Wrigley Field, and of course the all-time series is tied.
The numbers for the all-time series are amazingly close between the Cubs and the White Sox, and if this year's numbers are any indication, they're probably going to split the 6 games this year. White Sox and Cubs both near the top of their leagues in pitching, near the bottom in offense, right in the middle in defense.
The Cubs need offense, and that's why Jake Fox remains in the lineup. He'll be at 3rd today and had a career day yesterday.
Had a career day, including his first home run in the major leagues, and he felt like that took a lot of pressure off of him. One thing we've learned about Jake Fox, no matter where you play him defensively, it's going to be an adventure, but he is very comfortable in that batter's box and manages to get the barrel on the ball more often than not.
A lot of family and friends were in attendance. His first career home run, they got the ball, and he gave it to his dad. A pretty neat story. Interesting pitching matchup today. Randy Wells coming off his first major league win, and Jose Contreras has been very good lately.
Contreras has been really good since a stint in the minor leagues. He features a fastball and a devastating forkball when it's down in the zone. Randy Wells coming off that first victory, hoping to build on that.
And Wells facing the White Sox for the first time in his major league career. So coming up from the south side, Jose Contreras will battle the Cubs offense. Lou Piniella having fun, and the Cubs hope to have fun today. We'll have the first pitch and all the action next.
Roadside assist. I see you've been in a crash.
I'm pinned.
I'm sending an ambulance.
Oh no. I need you to do something for me.
Of course.
Can you call Jimmy John's?
Sorry I'm late. I got stuck behind an ambulance.
Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys.
Swing into Mulligan's Valley Pub for fun times and a great atmosphere. Kick back, sample the incredible drink selections and our daily specials. Watch your favorite teams and sporting events on our flat screen TVs or sit out on the patio with a view of Valley Falls Golf Course. Come see us on Taco Tuesday. Your donations directed to local charities and people in need. Live music on Saturdays. Visit our website, mulligansvalleypub.com. Get your Irish on in Coe Valley.
At Mulligan's Valley Pub.
How can a 94-year-old green guy save you money during the recession? He can check out your comfort system for free and tell you how to save money on energy efficiency. J.L. Brady has been offering the best HVAC service in Iowa and Illinois since 1915, and they can show you how to go green and save up to 30% on heating and cooling expenses. A system like that could pay for itself in less than 2 years. They're family-owned, and after all these years, still doing it the Brady way, the right way.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by the all-new 2010 Lexus RS, reinventing the vehicle that invented it all. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. McDonald's of Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana. Honda. Test drive a 2009 Honda today at your Honda dealer. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Dedicated to giving you the security to experience wellness everywhere. Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys. And by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines is ready when you are. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on.
Well, it's the Cubs and the White Sox from U.S. Cellular Field. Lots of sunshine today. Warm temperatures as the crosstown rivalry resumes. Mayor Daley in attendance with his White Sox cap on, and he's always made it very clear where his allegiance is. And the Cubs are in desperate need of a victory after starting this 10-game trip at 0-4. A lot of tight games so far on the trip. And let's check out the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Again, the DH is in order for the next 3 days. Soriano in left, Fukudome in center. Milton Bradley in the lineup today. Lou was thinking about him sitting today, but good numbers against Contreras. Also, Ryan Theriot is out of the lineup. You see at the bottom, Andres Blanco is going to play short. The DH, Micah Hoffpauir for the second time on the trip.
Take a look at the White Sox defensively today. That's not right. We've got Podsednik in left, Anderson in center, Dye over in right field, Gordon Beckham at third base, Alexei Ramirez at shortstop, Chris Getz over at second base, Paul Konerko at first. Ramon Castro doing the catching today for Jose Contreras.
Well, he went down to the minors, Bob, and he actually kind of wanted to do it himself and really got that forkball straightened out and has been really good since he's returned.
Yeah, how good? Well, I'll tell you how good. He was named the American League Player of the Week for the period ending on the 14th. At back-to-back starts when he were at 8 innings in each of those starts, gave up 1 hit against the Tigers, only 2 hits against the hard-hitting Milwaukee Brewers. Both games a shutout.
Get the umpires for you. Bill Miller in his 11th year, native of California, and he'll work the plate. Campos, Runge, and Cousins, the crew chief around the bases. Well, you have 2 teams trying to hang around their divisional races, and the Cubs are a lot closer in their division than the White Sox are. Detroit getting red hot. We just saw them. They've won 7 in a row. And they'll be in Houston later on tonight. 78 degrees. A wind out of the northeast at 9 and a perfect forecast. Feels like summer here in late June.
You know, that I mentioned how similar these 2 teams have been this season. Offensively, you look at team batting average, the White Sox at 251, 3rd from the bottom in the American League. The Cubs at 247, 4th from the bottom in the National League. The Cubs ranked 3rd in the National League in team ERA. The White Sox 2nd in the American League. And as I mentioned, both teams near the middle in team defense. So very evenly matched teams, and the records would indicate that.
So it's Contreras against Soriano, and the first pitch is swung on and missed. Actually, Soriano seemed to just get a piece of it on a foul tip, 1 strike. Fouled back. Quickly 2 strikes on Soriano. Up, and the pitch is a little high. 1-2. Fukudome on deck with Theriot getting the day off, and then Bradley hitting 3rd. He's playing right.
That's a general plan of attack against Contreras. Get as many lefties in the lineup as you can.
Called strike 3. As you got him on a breaking ball for the first out.
looked like that splitter. Look at the movement on that ball late in the zone, almost like a knuckleball the way that ball dived down and in. Well, you could see Soriano gave up on it initially and then saw that late movement, but it was too late to pull the trigger.
Brings up Kosuke, who had an RBI triple and a double in the game in Detroit yesterday. The 37-year-old righty dealing, and that's a fastball at 93 for strike one.
Yeah, against Contreras this season, left-handers were hitting 300 coming into play today. Right-handers hitting only 219. Really, the key to his game is his ability to throw that splitter for strikes when he wants to and bounce it in the dirt when he wants to. His fastball is very average in the low 90s, 91, 92, fairly straight. But if he can command that split finger, and it's a very temperamental pitch for him, if he can command it, he can be really tough.
Coming back on a 1-1, and that's on the inside corner. This is such a great international game. You have Jose Contreras from Cuba, his battery mate Ramon Castro from Puerto Rico, and Kosuke Fukudome hails from Japan. Drives that ball to right, but pretty much right at Jermaine Dye. Jermaine Dye from California. 1 out. There are rather 2 outs here in the first, and it'll bring up Milton Bradley. 0 for 5 on the trip, but he has walked 5 times and has scored twice. He was off yesterday, and Lou thought about having him on the bench today, but then changed his mind. And the White Sox will have lefties the rest of the weekend, and Bradley will be in batting right-handed, where he's been better than from this side of the plate. Castro wants it up, and it misses the zone. 1-1.
Yeah, in conversations with Lou, you get the feeling that he's very near the point, going with a platoon out there in right field. Michael Hoffbauer, in his limited playing time, has provided some sock for this Cubs offense, and Milton Bradley has been invisible from the left side of the plate.
Anderson shades Bradley slightly toward left center. And a 1-2 from Contreras. Called strike 3, so 2 Ks for the veteran righty in the opening inning, both of the looking variety. So sinker baller Randy Wells will take the mound here at U.S. Cellular Field for the first time in his career when we come back.
Don't miss out on anything happening with your team. Visit CSNChicago.com for the biggest and best selection of videos, full-length press conferences, locker room reaction, and insider access you won't get anywhere else. CSNChicago.com, your hub for complete access to your favorite Chicago sports team.
When a major hospital wanted to add on to their benefits package at no direct cost to the company, their very first word was... Find out more at forbusiness.com.
Notre Dame alum Charlie Weiss is working to resurrect the pride and glory of its football past. Along with the demands of his work, Weiss is facing amazing challenges, not only on the field, but within his family.
We stopped feeling pity on either Hannah or ourselves and look at Hannah more as a blessing where she's here. Without Hannah, there wouldn't be Hannah and Friends.
Comcast Sportsnet presents The Foundation of Charlie Weiss. Sunday, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Hey, Cubs fans, are you looking to get tickets to the hottest Cubs games this year? Visit Cubs.com and click on StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Cubs.com. Don't miss all the fun and excitement at the friendly confines with StubHub. There's always a ticket available to a Cubs game. Weeknights at 11, the Monsters take over Comcast Sportsnet's late night with a special 1-hour encore of Monsters in the Morning. Catch the very best interviews and hottest sports topics from the morning show. Monsters in the Morning Encore, weeknights at 11 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Cubs failed to score. Now the White Sox Southwest starting lineup as Scott Podsednik is ready to dig in. He'll lead off. Alexei Ramirez with a couple of big homers last week. Dye, Thome, Konerko, the veterans in the middle. Castro gets Anderson. And then Gordon Beckham, the rookie, batting ninth. And Podsednik had the final swing yesterday for the White Sox as they beat the Dodgers in 13 innings on his bases loaded single with 2 outs in the 13th. 1-1 from Randy Wells, who's working quickly. That's outside 2-1. Set the Cubs defense here in a second, but you notice Pasednik moved his feet as he took the second pitch. That is by design. Not moving his feet that time as he floats one out in front of Fukudome for a leadoff single. Here's Ramirez, the shortstop. 9 home runs, 2 go-ahead shots at Wrigley Field last week.
Take a quick look at the Cubs defensively. Soriano, Fukudome, Bradley across the outfield. Fox and Blanco on the left side. Fontenot, Lee on the right side. Giovani Soto behind the plate, and Randy Wells taking the ball for the Cubs in the first game of this series.
So everyone in this White Sox lineup facing Randy Wells for the first time, and they have not done too well against pitchers facing the White Sox for the initial time this season. Guys in the spot of Wells today, 9-3 with a .315, so hopefully that'll hold up as he looks for a second consecutive win.
Well, very important for Randy Wells in this ballpark to keep the ball down, make sure he hits his spots, try to stay out of the middle of the plate.
Bounce to third. Fox is up with it. Fontenot with the turn. Double play. They go around the horn, 5-4 to 3.
Routine. Ramirez rolling over a fastball up and out over the plate. Jake Fox makes sure to smother that ground ball and get the sure out at second, and it's up to Mike Fontenot to make the quick turn to record the double play. I know exactly what Jake Fox must be feeling. I've played some third base in my career, and I feel I was probably about like Jake. I gave it every effort I had. I wasn't great down there, but you just want to take things one at a time. Catch it first. Now make a good throw, and then let that second baseman worry about the pivot at second base.
Jermaine Dye with a deep blast for a home run. He is red hot. That's his 7th hit in his last 11 at-bats. This is a White Sox team that has really struggled offensively at home, but they're hitting the ball out of the ballpark with the weather heating up.
Yeah, the White Sox were hitting .222 as a team here at U.S. Cellular Field. They had bombed 44 home runs in the previous 37 games. Make that 45 in 38 as Jermaine Dye hits a towering blast to straightaway left field.
Dye with his 17th. And a 1-0 count on the DH, Jim Thome. He was 0 for his last 13. Thome trying to get comfortable again because he had a long stretch during which he couldn't start because they didn't have the DH in the National League parks. Saying around the batting cage before the game as the White Sox entered interleague play, he felt like he was starting to get locked in, and then all of a sudden he's on the bench and reduced to simply pinch hitting. Now the Menards big lumber stat. Thome leading the way among all home run hitters against the other league. It would have included time with the Phillies against the American League.
I saw Jim Thome around the cage this morning. He was like a little kid. I said, well, you get to play with the big boys again. Series over at Wrigley Field. He had to sit in the cramped dugouts and just be a spectator and hope for that one pinch hit at bat as you were talking about. But he's going to get a chance to swing it 4 or 5 times today.
Always works deep counts, lots of walks, lots of strikeouts. Another guy who's red hot is Paul Konerko, who's hit a home run in 3 straight games. that they have infused into this lineup. Guys like Getz and Beckham and Ramirez in his second year. But it's still pretty formidable right here in the middle. Guys who've been through many wars on the Major League diamond.
Not only some youth, but they also have some speed. Now, certainly it isn't the guys in the middle of this order, a lot of thunder-footed runners, but Sednick and Ramirez at the top and Chris Getz down near the bottom, all capable of stealing bases.
Konerko taps to third. Fox with all kinds of time, and he throws across for the out. Well, Wells gets the double play ball, but unfortunately Jermaine Dye followed that up with a booming home run to left, and the White Sox lead the Cubs 1-0.
Oh, it's on. It's on.
It's on. It's on. Oh, it's on, all right.
It's on.
Totally on.
Jimmy! It's on!
It's on. Oh, yeah. It's on.
Affirmative. It's on.
Starting June 28th, Southwest Airlines flies to New York LaGuardia for just $89. Bags fly free on Southwest, so our low fares stay low. Grab your bag. It's on. Book now at southwest.com.
Are you ready for adventure?
Yes, sir!
For death?
Can you repeat the question?
Get ready. I feel tingly.
Don't say that when you're pressed up against me.
Not that kind of tingly. For the coolest comedy of the summer in 3D.
Hello? Yeah, no, I can't talk right now. We're going into the chasm of death, and I'm going to lose you.
Ice Age, Dawn of the Dinosaurs.
Why do they call it the chasm of death?
We tried big, smelly crack. That just made everybody giggle.
Rated PG. Wednesday.
And now we're back in the living room. And now, bedroom. Wow. And...
New feature, the Jaguar High Performance of the Week. Derek Lee, unfortunately, yesterday ended his 21-game hitting streak, a career best, but putting together another solid week for the Cubs. Those are his numbers since Sunday. So he'll try to start another hit streak today. The Jaguar High Performance of the Week. Contreras went 1-2-3 in the first and starts Lee with a strike. Derek 3 for 16 in his career against Contreras. He's got everything working early on. Both the starting pitchers today were scheduled to start in that Wrigley Field series, but ended up getting pushed back because of the one rainout. And Contreras has not fared well against the Cubs in his career, an ERA of over 6, 5 decisions, 2 wins and 3 losses. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
And if you've never watched Contreras pitch before, one thing you will notice, he'll change his arm angle. He'll bend over at the waist sometimes. Other times he'll stand straight up on the rubber. This depends on what he's feeling, what pitch he's trying to execute. That time a little drop down fastball tailing inside on the hands of Derek Lee, and he comes up empty.
Brings up the DH, Micah Hoffpower. Hit a 9th inning home run yesterday to bring the Cubs within 1. And he's DHing for the second time this week. In the DH spot, hit a go-ahead 2-run homer on Tuesday night at Comerica Park. Bob, we want to welcome all those viewers in Australia watching us today on Channel 1.
And as always, good day, mate.
Pitch. It's low. I would think for a guy like Contreras with the fork ball or split or whatever you call it, well, you need the umpire to work with you if you're looking to get called strikes on that pitch. I mean, the bottom just drops completely out of it. left. It's deep but playable. And Posednik, couple of steps in front of the warning track, hauls it in. 2 outs.
Well, and that's where your catcher can really help his pitcher by warning that home plate umpire. Hey, his splitter is moving late and it's moving a lot. Make sure you get a good look at it. Don't call it too soon.
Next Thursday, July 2nd, is American Mattress Night at Wrigley Field. The Cubs take on the Brewers at 7:05. The first 5,000 fans will receive an American Mattress cheap stuffed animal. Compliments of American Mattress. I'm not going to sing the jingle.
Thank you. Well, that time you saw Contreras drop down almost completely sidearm. First pitch to Jake Fox. Goes down there again, this time with a little slurvy breaking ball, maybe a cutter. Jumps ahead in the count 0-2. This is usually where you'll see him throw a fastball out of the strike zone high somewhere and then come right back with that splitter. Unless he feels he's got the good splitter going, he may go right to it on the 0-2 pitch.
Already has struck out 3 of the first 5 batters, and he just missed. Trying to get a call there on Jake Fox, who went out of his way to thank the Cubs bullpen for retrieving the ball from his first career home run, and he was able to deliver it to his dad after the game yesterday. Was unable to get the ball from his first major league hit, but he got the home run ball, and he crushed it 411 feet, I do believe.
No doubter. Would have been a home run with the old dimensions at Comerica Park.
Bounce fair. Beckham may have just got a glove on it, but he couldn't haul it in, and Jake Fox with another extra base hit. That is his 7th hit this week.
And it came on the splitter. I'm sure the White Sox are looking back at that 0-2 fastball that was just off the outside corner. They wanted the call. Jake able to stay alive in the sequence and eventually gets a splitter and jerks it down that third base line for a double. I'll tell you one thing about Jake Fox. It's not hard to figure out if you watch him hit in a ball game or in batting practice. He looks to do damage. When that bat comes off his shoulder, he's not guiding the ball into play somewhere. He's trying to hit it hard every swing.
Fontenot on the first pitch, going to ground out to Canerco, and that ends it. Cubs fail again with a runner in scoring position. Now 2 for 36 on the trip.
Places. AT&T, the best coverage worldwide. Get the BlackBerry Bold for $199.99 after mail-in rebate, only from AT&T.
Improve your bathroom with a new toilet by Elger from Menards. They're easy to install and provide style and performance. The tall, elongated Century model is $139. The round front Titan toilet is $189. Finish your bathroom with a stylish new vanity combo from Classic Decor. This 19 by 17-inch vanity includes the top, available in white or oak finishes. Your choice, only $49.99. Dedicated to service and quality. Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
The wait is over. Transformers, rated PG-13, now playing in theaters and IMAX.
Want to see all the action from the front row? Now you can with the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. Front row seats will be auctioned off to each game all season long. For more information, visit Cubs.com and click on the CBOE Front Row Seats auction. The best seats are always a click away.
I was younger then. It was a different era. It was a different era where, I grew up in the era of Billy Martin and Earl Weaver and those guys, and they were very successful. But the era has changed now, and you've got to change it with the era. I basically adhere to the fact that you treat these guys like men, you put them on the field, and you let them play, and you stay out of their way as much as possible.
Well, that's Lou, and there's something to that. You definitely have to adjust not only to your team, but the era in general. And I think he believes that ranting and raving and screaming at the umpires and his players is not what's beneficial to them.
Well, and make no mistake about it, the umpire's attitude has changed a lot, too. Back in the days Lou was talking about, Earl Weaver and Billy Martin and other managers could come out and argue with an umpire, and it could go on for a considerable amount of time. And the manager, many instances, wasn't thrown out of the ball game until the second or third time he came out to argue as Castro goes down on strikes. It's a little bit different atmosphere now. If you come out of that dugout to argue with an umpire, they're looking to throw you out of the game.
Well, you remember when Lou got tossed in 07, he had kicked some dirt, and MLB basically said, we don't do that anymore. Inside on Getz, the second baseman. He's had closed-door meetings with players. I think part of it's the media now, and I'm not being critical of it. It's just that every word he says before the game is dissected. And if he doesn't blast players in the media, people wonder if he's being hard on them. I just think the bottom line is Lou doesn't care if anybody knows what he's saying to the players, except for the players themselves. I don't think he really cared to let people know what goes on behind closed doors. There are times when you do that on purpose. Managers do it. Ozzie does it every day. But Lou is not Ozzie. And it has to be natural.
No question about it. The best way to take care of things is not to have them on the headline of the sports page or the lead story on the evening news. The best way to take care of things is privately, like men, handle it and move along. Watch the Cubs take on the Brewers this Friday, July 3rd at 1:20. Be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 adults 21 and older will receive a Cubs floppy hat. Compliments of Bud Light. Excuse me, 21 and older. You have to be 21 to wear one of those floppy hats. That's an adult hat.
One strike on the center fielder, Anderson. Good start to this inning for Randy Wells, punching out Castro and Getz. Probably shouldn't say punching out. That's kind of a strikeout term, but we go back a few years. This rivalry had the intensity ratcheted up by former Cub Michael Barrett. Inside 2-1 on Anderson. Rookie Gordon Beckham is on deck. He'll only get a chance if Anderson reaches. Programming note, make sure you stay tuned for Crosstown Postgame Live. We'll have all the angles covered for you. Highlights, analysis from former Cub and White Sox greats. Post-game sound from the clubhouses. 2-2 pitch. Golfed high in the air near short. And it's Andres Blanco for the third out. Wells goes 1-2-3 in the second. Off to the third. Soto, Blanco, and Soriano coming up. The White Sox lead 1-0.
It's not always easy to decide which luxury brand is right for you. You want something that offers beautiful design, outstanding performance, and above all, safety. But of all these luxury brands, only one has earned a 5-star crash safety rating for every single vehicle it makes. Acura, the first and only manufacturer with a full line of 5-star crash safety rated vehicles.
Take advantage of attractive financing on select Acura models for well-qualified customers.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs. Get close.
Stop by Subway restaurants, buy a fresh value meal, and play the meal ticket where everyone wins. Just scratch, enter online, and win. You could get free meals for a year, free movie rentals from Blockbuster.com, free cookies or other great prizes. Remember, one sub, one side, one drink. That's the ticket. So buy a fresh value meal, get a ticket, win a prize. It's that easy. Subway. Eat fresh.
Get the best Chicago sports news nightly on Sports Night. Coming up tonight at 6:30, a full recap of today's game with reaction from both managers and clubhouses. Chris Bowden will have Sports Night tonight at 6:30 only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. 1-0 the count on Cubs catcher Giovani Soto. He's batting 8th today. 2 for 5 with a homer against Contreras. Fair ball, left field corner. Posednik will pick it up. Soto's going to have to hold with a single. And as a speedy Posednik got over there quickly, and Soto ran hard but not fast.
Now, Posednik needs to use his legs to get the balls quickly because he does not possess a strong throwing arm. In talking to Mike Quaddy before the ball game, he said they were going to try to run on Posednik if they had opportunities. Brian Anderson in center field, a strong, accurate arm, and Jermaine Dye still has a very good throwing arm out there in right field. But balls hit the left with runners in scoring position. Look for the Cubs to be very aggressive.
Blanco playing short. Perterio, Andres has played mostly second. Second start at short, and he pops up the bunt, and Konerko's going to make the catch with Soto getting back to first.
Those are the little things, Len. We've talked repeatedly about Andres Blanco and his ability with that glove. One of the most superior defensive infielders we've seen at Wrigley Field in a long time, but these are the kind of things he needs to do well consistently to stay in that lineup.
So it's Soriano who went down on strikes looking to start the ball game. 6 home runs in 78 career at bats here at U.S. Cellular Field. Contreras dropping down a little bit, and it's hit foul.
There's today's Jimmy John's delivery. The strike 3 pitch to Alfonso Soriano to start this game. Just a wicked split finger. Almost reacted like a knuckleball as that ball got into the hitting area. Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys.
Bounced it off his foot to make it a ball and 2 strikes. White Sox have gotten good starting pitching here lately in particular. As a staff, ERA in the mid-2s over their last 13 games. Don Cooper looks on. They just beat the Dodgers 2 out of 3. Winning back-to-back home games for the first time in over a month as Soriano has struck out twice against Contreras.
Contreras doesn't make it easy. Another splitter. That one starts down around the knees and bottoms out almost into the dirt. And not only does he have good stuff, he spots his fastball well most of the time. He's got that nasty split finger. He'll throw an occasional slider, but he gives you so many different arm angles, so many different deliveries. And you're never quite sure where that ball's going to come from.
Postgame pulls it right to Contreras, who stepped on the bag, I guess, to turn the fourth out of the inning. Mid-third, 1-0, White Sox.
Love burgers but hate the grease? Then you'll love Arby's new Bacon Cheddar Roast Burger. Made with oven-roasted, freshly sliced roast beef and topped with cheddar cheese and thick-cut pepper bacon on a toasted roll. Arby's new Bacon Cheddar Roast Burger. It's the burger done better. Big on taste, not on grease. Try one today with any one of our freshly brewed iced fruit teas. Arby's new Bacon Cheddar Roast Burger. One bite will have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Performance now is all about logic. That some cars cost as much as $1,500 to maintain is one thing. That others cost even more is quite another. That a BMW costs you nothing to maintain defies all logic whatsoever. And in turn, makes it the most logical choice of all. Performance now is the 3 Series. Lease a BMW 328i for $349 a month until June 30th.
The Crosstown Classic continues on Comcast Sportsnet as Jermaine Dye and the White Sox clash with Derek Lee and the Cubs. Coverage begins with Stone Cold Crosstown's pregame live. Join Hawkins Tony on the South Side for the Sox and Cubs. Sunday at noon on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Randy Wells against rookie third baseman Gordon Beckham. A swing and a miss. And a breaking ball. Beckham hitting just 172 as he gets adjusted to the highest level in baseball, but he's played good defense. He's a natural shortstop, but he's over at the hot corner.
And if there is reason for encouragement with the low batting average, he hasn't struck out that much. He is making contact, just not solid contact consistently.
Strikeout over the last 4 batters for Randy Wells.
A good downward movement on that sinker. Randy Wells, as opposed to Contreras, usually tries to stay in a very high 3/4 arm slot. That gives him the best movement on that sinking fastball.
Posednik, who started the bottom of the first with a single, and then was forced on a 5-4-3 double play. Pitching matchups for the rest of the weekend: Ryan Dempster and Mark Burley late in the afternoon tomorrow, and then Carlos Zambrano and lefty John Danks on Sunday. Comcast Sportsnet with the coverage of Game 3 of this series. Pre-game coverage at noon on Sunday here from U.S. Cellular Field. And this is a foul pop off of third. White Sox yesterday wearing the throwback uniforms as they honored the 59 Sox who won the pennant. And unlike 59, when they lost the series to the Dodgers, they won the series this week. I mentioned Posednik moving his feet, and when I read him, he talked about it, Bob. He said he's just trying to react. Trying to erase his mind of any sort of thought while he's hitting, and by moving his feet, it just forces him to simply react. It's not how you would teach it, but his job's not to hit for power. It's just to slap the ball around the diamond and run.
Yeah, the only other time I've seen anything like that was on a softball field. You see the NCAA Girls Softball Championship every year on television, and that's an approach that a lot of the girls use in softball, but for Scott Podsednik, it's something that he feels comfortable with, clears his mind, focuses on the baseball rather than his stance and his swing.
Well, he was upset with that swing. He does not generally want to hit the ball in the air, but that's what the Cubs are trying to do, and Randy Wells gets him to fly out to center. Time now for the Coors Light freeze can. The Cubs got a break, even though they would eventually lose the game. Early on, Miguel Cabrera in the bottom of the first should have been given a home run. Ball hit the green railing above the yellow line in right center. They never did use the video replay.
And the Tigers didn't really complain until the next inning when they came up to hit. Andy Van Slyke, the first base coach, mentioned it to the home plate umpire, but by then the statute of limitations had expired.
Now, I saw a story today. There was an umpiring crew at Tampa Bay on Friday that went to the video when they should not have. And I guess it was a ball that had bounced into the seats, and they wanted to find out whether the fan touched the ball after the bounce, but that's not a boundary call. Basically, you're trying to determine, was it a home run or not? Was it fair? Was it foul? Did it stay in? Did it leave the yard? So the umpire's still learning. Randy Wells getting locked in. He's retired 7 straight. It's 1-0 White Sox after 3.
Say hello to the can-doers, the budget masters, the knockout artists who are finding more ways to spread their dollar further, to bolder color in less time. Say hello to newer ideas and lowered prices, enabling more people to turn more saving into more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Right now, get $5 off 1-gallon cans and $20 off 5-gallon buckets of Behr paint.
Right now, buying a Toyota makes more sense than ever. You get the quality you can depend on. You can take advantage of unprecedented selection, and now you can get 0% financing on your favorite Toyota models, like the Toyota Camry, the Toyota Corolla, or the Toyota RAV4. And if you're a recent college graduate, now's the time to take advantage of our $1,000 college grad rebate program. Where can you find great cars, great leases, and great deals? Your Toyota dealer.
We're not going anywhere until our demands are met!
Hello, Jimmy John's?
Order Jimmy John's!
Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys.
After the White Sox game, stay tuned for U.S. Cellular White Sox postgame live. Extended highlights, press conferences, locker room interviews, and expert analysis with Belton Bill Melton. U.S. Cellular White Sox postgame live after the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Glenn and Bob and our Comcast Sportsnet crew from the south side of town. Season series tied at 1 apiece. With 4 games to go, the rain out at Wrigley is, in terms of a makeup, has still not been officially announced, but it sounds like early September, which could be a lot of fun. Cubs hosting the Sox in a pennant race.
Well, I think both ball clubs are optimistic that they will be in the thick of a pennant race come September.
A 1-1 to Bradley is a strike. For the Cubs, both by righties, pulled right down the left field line. A double by Fox in the second, a single by Soto in the third. Bradley taking that close one, 2-2. Will be followed by Lee and Hoffpower. ready for a payoff pitch. And then he struck him out as Bradley's struggles continue from the left side of the plate. Time for the Aflac trivia question. Former Sox manager Tony La Russa made his final appearance as a player pinch running for which Cub? Now, I happen to know the answer. I think that was it. He had a very brief Cubs career. And the hint I will give you is he is in the ballpark today. April 6th, 1973, the only game Tony La Russa played with the Cubs. Well, I'll tell you, Bob, there aren't too many pitches thrown by anybody in the game today that move more than the forkball thrown by Jose Contreras. I would say Tim Wakefield's knuckleball, that's about it. And it's Derek Lee trying to start another hit streak after the 0 for yesterday in Detroit.
Yeah, and I think the reason for that movement, or at least part of the reason for all that movement, is the fact that Contreras throws what I call a legitimate forkball. Now, you may ask, what's the difference between a split-fingered fastball and a forkball? Well, a split-fingered fastball, a pitcher takes his normal grip on the baseball and then just spreads his fingers apart slightly, then a little bit more, and then a little bit more until you find that area where the pitch comes out about 8 to 10 miles an hour slower than your fastball. On a forkball, the pitcher actually splits the ball in half with his index and middle finger.
Sednick underneath to retire Hoffbauer. Time for Live Wired. We listen to Mike Quaddy, the third base coach at Wrigley, and today it's Matt Sinatro at first.
Go ahead. Atta boy, I'd hit the ball. Hey, what's up?
Nice guy saying hi to Brian Runge on his way back to the box at first. Good stuff from Matt Sinatro. He'll be mic'd up for the next couple of innings as Jake Fox cranks one deep to left. Out of here, 2-1. Halfway to the cycle today. He got within a triple yesterday in Detroit.
The bat with a lot of confidence. Any player that comes up from the minor leagues, Len, there's a period of time where you doubt, do I really belong here? Can I do the things here that I did in the minor leagues? And that's a natural reaction for a player coming to the major leagues for the first time. But I think that first home run yesterday for Jake Fox has really built his confidence. He feels like he can be a successful hitter at this level. He stepped on that.
Fontenot with 2 outs. Cubs lead 2-1.
You know, just to quickly finish that point about the difference between a forkball and a split finger, Contreras almost splits the ball in half with his index and middle finger, and consequently, when it comes out, sometimes it comes out like a knuckleball with no spin whatsoever.
Yeah, it wobbles all over the place on the way to the plate. Fontenot thrown out by Getz. But Jake Fox took that fastball belt high out for a 2-1 Cubs lead.
Hope he has that insurance. You really need these days.
How come?
Well, if you're hurt and can't work, it pays you cash.
Yeah, to help with everyday bills. Like gas, the mortgage.
And groceries! It's like insurance for daily living.
Mm-hmm. So what's it called?
Aflac!
Oh, yeah.
Aflac, we've got you under our wing.
Spell simplicity.
Simplicity.
FELDCO. Simplicity.
Close enough.
Call 866 for FELDCO.
Replacing your old windows, siding, and doors is simple. Just call Feldco for top quality at a low factory direct price. Installed by polite, hard-working professionals.
Simplicity.
Feldco.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feldco.
It's 7 a.m. Remember, today is your lucky day, the day you get to drive the vehicle of your dreams. Traffic is chaotic, so be careful when you go out. From the Degree Men Absolute Protection line comes new Degree Men B12 Special Edition. Protection for the ride of your life.
Time to answer the Aflac trivia question. Former Sox manager, current Cardinal skipper Tony La Russa made his final appearance as a player pinch running for which former Cub? This old Cub, Ron Santo, April 6, 1973. Final game of La Russa's career. He scored the game-ending run in the bottom of the ninth, pinch running for Ronnie. Scored on a bases-loaded walk taken by Rick Monday. La Russa hit 199 in his major league career. He's had a lot more success as a manager, to say the least. Jermaine Dye with a home run his first time. Now tied with Comcast Sportsnet's Bill Melton. 154 home runs with the White Sox. I believe they're tied for 7th on the list as I was checking out their media guide. Paul Konerko is second. One bouncer. Fontenot throws out Dye. Cubs lead 2-1.
Hey, Cub fans, you can get a full meal for under $5 thanks to McDonald's Appetite Stimulus Package. A hot sandwich, a cold drink, and delicious fries, all for under $5.
Our very own Frank Thomas with Comcast Sportsnet. 448 home runs as a member of the White Sox, the all-time leader.
Well, what a career Frank Thomas had. And, you know, you look back at how patient he was as a hitter and still able to put up tremendous power numbers. If he was a free swinger like an Adam Dunn type of a power hitter or a Reggie Jackson type of a power hitter, who knows how many home runs he might have hit.
Thome going to the opposite field, and he has just tied it up. So it's becoming home run derby. Thome with his 554th career home run. Comes against the team he grew up rooting for in Peoria.
Big-time power to all fields. A fastball probably off the outside corner, middle of the thighs, and he just flipped it out there in the bullpen like nothing.
Well, that's why I think going into this particular series, Bob, the White Sox benefit more under AL rules, and I think the Cubs benefit under National League rules because you can't replace 550-plus home runs. And having Thome in their lineup, and you see what he's done today, a walk and a home run. That's a big bat to miss.
Well, and if you look at most American League teams, the White Sox included, well, the DH is one of the higher-paid players on the team. They're on that team for one reason and one reason only, as opposed to a National League ball club that usually alternates their DH to give a regular player a half of a day off or gets one of their bench players in there to get him some at-bats. Those American League teams usually have a weapon, and that is his primary job with the team.
2-1 to Konerko. It's a 2-2 tie. Swing and a miss. Seven hits combined. 3 have been home runs. Pitch downstairs. appears it's full on Konerko with the catcher Castro waiting on deck. Wells gets the sign from Soto. He strikes out Paul Konerko. Celebrities are here. Voice of the Blackhawks on Comcast Sportsnet. Pat Foley in the middle with the white golf shirt. Jim Corno Jr. on the left, our senior executive producer, and Mike Leary on the right. He'll be producing on Sunday for the White Sox. Also produces Blackhawk games here on Comcast Sportsnet. We also want to send out get well wishes to Jim's mom, Carolyn Corno, who is recovering from surgery at Northwestern Hospital. And Carolyn, just a wonderful lady, and we hope to get out of the hospital very soon as Soriano's back on the warning track, and Castro just missed, giving the White Sox the lead, but they do tie it up on Thome's opposite field home run. So we'll head to the fifth. It's a 2-2 tie.
This is the Civic Value Package. It has a lower true cost of ownership than its competition, which can help save you money down the road on things like insurance and maintenance. It's also remarkably fuel efficient. And at only $149 a month, the name Value Package just makes a lot of sense. Both kinds. Go to Edmunds.com for an independent report on the true cost to own a Civic. And then check out the affordable leases and low financing you'll find at your Honda dealer.
For more than 20 years, people have been coming to Bud's Skyline Inn, the Quad City's #1 supper club. Fly in for some of Bud's favorites, like their famous surf and turf, tantalizing steaks, succulent catfish, or mouth-watering prime rib. Relax at Bud's Skyline Inn with your favorite cocktail while keeping track of the arrival and departures at the Quad City International Airport. In a hurry? Get in and out with their $6.95 lunch specials every weekday. So for your next special occasion or just a quick lunch, Bud's Skyline Inn, just 2 minutes from the airport.
Why do people shop at K&K True Value Hardware?
I've been shopping at K&K for over 25 years, and what brings me here is the quality of the service, the staff.
There's always somebody that's greeting you with a hello, and they're so helpful.
With the variety of products here, I always walk out with what I need.
They are awesome when it comes to anything you need. K&K is the place to go.
Service with answers, that's the K&K way.
The final score tonight.
On Sunday, August 9th, minor league excitement returns to Wrigley Field with the second annual Road to Wrigley presented by National City, now part of PNC. Get ready for a day of fun featuring Bert Zirk and the Wacky Superstars. Kids 14 and under will get a chance to run the bases after the game. Don't miss the action as the Iowa Cubs take on the Las Vegas 51s at Wrigley Field. Order your tickets today at Cubs.com. Giovani Soto takes ball one. Tie ball game 2-2. Well, crosstown love here on Comcast Sportsnet. Soto high in the air and deep. Anderson tracking, taking a look back, and he's going to catch it right near that yellow line. Gio coming up just a bit short. Well, guys are swinging for the fences today.
Boy, and the balls are jumping off the bat. A middle of the plate fastball from Contreras that time. Soto goes with it right back up the middle of the field. Unfortunately, just a few feet short. Taylor, this is a real interesting contrast in pitching styles. We talked about Contreras changing his arm angle, changing his delivery from pitch to pitch in order to try to deceive the hitters. Randy Wells does just the opposite. He tries to throw every pitch out of exactly the same delivery and exactly the same arm slot. Helps disguise that slider and change up from his sinking fastball. Contreras does the same thing, but in a completely different fashion.
The 1-0 to Blanco. Chopper to second. This gets will get his man. 2 quick outs.
I guess the key, if you're a pitcher like Contreras, is that you throw all your pitches from all your arm angles. If you find yourself throwing fastballs when you're very upright on the rubber and throwing over the top and dropping down to throw your splitter, big league hitters are going to see that rather quickly, and they're going to guess right more often than not. So the key for Contreras is to use all of his pitches from all of the different arm angles.
And stay out of any sort of pattern. Well, you have to give him a lot of credit, spending almost a month in the minors. And again, he had the desire to go down there instead of going to the bullpen. And his manager's respect as a veteran, he could have told the White Sox, I don't want to do it. But he did, and he's gotten himself right. Soriano's 0 for 3, and that was a 6-pitch 5th inning for Contreras. Halfway home, we're tied 2-2.
Oh, it's on. It's on.
It's on. It's on. Oh, it's on, all right.
It's on.
Totally on.
Jimmy! It's on!
It's on. Oh, yeah. It's on.
Affirmative. It's on.
Starting June 28th, Southwest Airlines flies to New York LaGuardia for just $89. Bags fly free on Southwest, so our low fares stay low. Grab your bag. It's on. Book now at southwest.com.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites presented by Nuveen Investments has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Bud Light Batter's Eye, located in center field, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages, as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
I'm rethinking everything, including who I trust to look after my money.
The dust might be settling. That's great, but I'm not.
I guess I'm just done with doing nothing, you know? Oh, I'm not thinking about moving my money. I am moving it.
Hi, everyone. Pat Boyle back in our downtown Chicago studios. Join us for Lowe's Crosstown Postgame Live after the contest. We'll hear from Luke Piniella and Ozzie. We'll go inside both clubhouses for reaction. Frank Thomas, Todd Hollingsworth, Bill Melton, and Doug Glanville will join me to break down the game. But now let's go back to 35th and Shields. Here's Len and Bob, guys.
Pat, thanks. Bottom of the order now for the White Sox. We've seen some home runs today. Starting pitchers have been fine. But again, when you get to this point in the summer, in this ballpark, with this type of weather, you're going to see some home runs.
Yeah, and not only on mistake pitches. Some of the home runs have been middle of the plate and probably not exactly where the pitchers wanted to throw them. But when you get conditions like this at this ballpark at this time of year, even good pitches will occasionally get hit out of the ballpark.
It's 3-0 on Getz. 1 walk for Wells. That came to Thome in the first inning. 4 strikeouts since. It's 3-1.
And because the ball is jumping out of here the way it is today, you definitely want to minimize the base on balls. Randy Wells working himself back in the count here. He has a chance now to retire Getz after falling behind 3-0.
Gets a sign from Soto. And Bradley will lay out, and he picked it. Nicely done by Bradley. Makes the catch for the out. Helping out his pitcher. 1 gone in the inning.
Well, nicely done that time by Milton Bradley in right field. He's had some issues when he leaves his feet to dive for balls to catch him in the glove. That time, perfectly snared right in the pocket of that big outfielder's glove. And able to protect that left wrist. A lot of times you'll see outfielders, when they make that catch, roll over on their glove hand as their body comes down to the ground, but that time able to protect that left wrist and hang on to the baseball.
Backhanded by Fox. Brings it over to get Anderson. Every Monday when the Cubs are on the road, visit the Captain Morgan Club on Addison and Sheffield to get half off your entire check. The Captain Morgan Club is the hottest new spot to watch the Cubs in every sporting event. Be sure to check out CaptainMorganClub.com to see all the daily specials and promotions, including half-price Mondays. Great club right near the Harry Carey statue on the Wrigley Field campus.
I never like to call it a campus. It
makes you think of school.
Yeah,
right?
It makes me not want to go there.
I thought by calling it a campus, it'd make students feel less intimidated by school. Beckham keeps the White Sox alive here in the 5th. Both these teams without superstar caliber offensive players. As Posednik will step in, he's been filling in for Carlos Quentin. I saw him doing some drills very early today as he comes back from a foot injury. And Ramos Ramirez with a big day today, taking batting practice. Live BP for the first time since he dislocated his left shoulder. So we'll see how he feels tomorrow. And then the Cubs will have a good idea of just how long it'll be before he comes back.
You hope the only problem that Ramirez has tomorrow is fatigue, possibly, in that left shoulder, doing something that he hasn't done for a long time. But it looked like he was swinging it good. Looked like he felt good up there at the plate. See how he feels tomorrow.
It's that front shoulder. Runner goes, pitches high, and the throw is in time. Soto's done a great job back of the plate recently, and he nails another. He gets Beckham to end the inning. 2-2.
A piece of golf history. The Travelers Championship, June 22nd through 28th.
Cutters. Uh-oh. What are we going to do now? Give me the phone. Hello, Jimmy Johns. Thank God you made it. I was so hungry, I thought I was going to die.
Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys.
Nice work, Johnson.
Notre Dame alum Charlie Weiss is working to resurrect the pride and glory of its football past. Along with the demands of his work, Weiss is facing amazing challenges, not only on the field, but within his family.
We stopped feeling pity on either Hannah or ourselves and look at Hannah more as a blessing where she's here. Without Hannah, there wouldn't be Hannah and Friends.
Comcast Sportsnet presents The Foundation of Charlie Weiss. Sunday, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Sunday, the Crosstown Classic continues on Comcast Sportsnet as Jermaine Dye and the White Sox clash with Derek Lee and the Cubs. Coverage begins with Stone Cold Crosstown pregame live. Join Hawkins Tony on the South Side for the Sox and Cubs. Sunday at noon on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Sunday, D. Lee and the Cubs will wrap up the Crosstown Classic. Well, this time around as they battle Paul Konerko, Jim Thome, and the White Sox here on the South Side. Belco Crosstown Classic pregame live. We'll kick it off Sunday at noon right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Kosuke Fukudome is 0 for 2, but he's lined out twice. And again, he hit the ball hard a couple of times for extra base hits yesterday. That's very encouraging to see.
And both those hard hit balls in the game today came on splitters. One of them was a real good one down below the knees. The other one stayed up just above the knees.
Punch foul. A lot of people talk and write about the intensity or lack thereof in the stands for game one of the series at Wrigley Field. And I think similar today, not quite as raucous as we're used to seeing, but you know, you go back to last year, you had two teams that were in first place. These games are always sold out wherever they're played, whenever they're played. Well, a couple of teams still kind of trying to find their way right now.
And last year's Cubs ball club offensively, they were a treat to behold on a daily basis. No matter who they played, they were swinging the bats. They were taking the base on balls, hitting home runs. That was an exciting team to watch last year, no matter who the opponent.
In the dirt, 2-2. Now, I am not voting for fewer games between the Cubs and the White Sox, but because they meet up 6 times a year, the Cubs see the White Sox as many times as they see teams like the Padres or the Giants or the Mets. So it's not really a novelty series anymore. Postgame spins around as he strikes out. For individual health insurance from a name you can trust, call Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois at 866-575-BLUE. Ozzie Guillen's going to come out as Jose Contreras has his hands on his knees. He's hurt. And I think they're going to bring out the athletic trainer to check on Contreras. As Ramirez is pointing at his back. Now, the injury last year for Contreras was an Achilles injury that ended his season early. And he may have thrown out his back. Well, when those spasms grab you, they don't let go sometimes.
Oh, sometimes you can't catch your breath. Contreras trying to bend over at the waist, stretch it out a little bit. They're probably going to give him an opportunity to throw a couple of warm-up pitches here if he's up to it. And this could be an indirect byproduct of all the different arm angles and the different deliveries that Contreras uses out there, as opposed to a pitcher who tries to get as consistent as possible with his mechanics and get his body in the same position before every pitch. Yeah, we've seen him stand tall on the mound. We've seen him bend over at the waist and throw sidearm and just about every arm angle in between.
And he's not that young anymore, listed at 37 years old in the media guide. You all right?
Yeah, okay.
So he'll continue on against Milton Bradley. Top 3 guys in the Cubs order are 0 for 8. Bradley trying to change that. 1-0.
0 for 8 with 5 strikeouts, including Bradley twice, once looking, once swinging.
Castro is looking into the White Sox dugout, shaking his head. I think Castro thinks Contreras is not right. He has not thrown a strike since he tweaked the back. Was Sednick in left, able to find it as he flipped down the shades. And Ramon Castro is not convinced that his pitcher is right.
Than the pitcher himself, the catcher is the first one to know. You spot differences in your pitcher's delivery. You spot differences in the movement and velocity on his pitches. And even to take it a step further, the swings that the opposing batters are taking against him. And Castro obviously concerned for his right-hander.
Fouled back by Lee. Don Cooper up on the top step. The manager, Ozzie Guillen, they're watching their pitcher very closely right now. 0-2 on Lee.
I'd be surprised if we see him come back out for another inning. Kind of pinching short his follow-through right now. It probably gets to the point where he starts to feel that pull in his back, and a very abbreviated follow-through on the last couple of pitches.
Ozzie seems to be having fun with somebody in the Cubs dugout. as Lee pops it up behind the plate, and Castro will make the grab. And as Contreras picks up the mask for Castro, heads back into the White Sox dugout. Still 2-2.
The wait is over. Transformers, rated PG-13, now playing in theaters and IMAX. Don't miss out on anything happening with your team. Visit CSNChicago.com for the biggest and best selection of videos, full-length press conferences, locker room reaction, and insider access you won't get anywhere else. CSNChicago.com, your hub for complete access to your favorite Chicago sports team. Don't miss out on anything happening with your team. Visit CSNChicago.com for the biggest and best selection of videos, full-length press conferences, locker room reaction, and insider access you won't get anywhere else. CSNChicago.com, your hub for complete access to your favorite Chicago sports team. Get close.
Swing into Mulligan's Valley Pub for fun times and a great atmosphere. Kick back, sample the incredible drink selections and our daily specials. Watch your favorite teams and sporting events on our flat-screen TVs or sit out on the patio with a view of Valley Falls Golf Course. Come see us on Taco Tuesday. Your donations directed to local charities and people in need. Live music on Saturdays. Visit our website, mulligansvalleypub.com. Get your Irish on in Coe Valley.
At Mulligan's Valley Pub.
Come out to Valley Falls Adventure Golf for exciting and affordable fun for the whole family. Watch the kids explore the premier miniature golf course in the Quad Cities as you sit back on the patio at Happy Joe's and Rudy's Tacos. Or take a swing yourself. There's adventure at every turn at Valley Falls. We also offer birthday, charity, fundraising, and special events packages for miniature golf and Happy Joe's. Valley Falls Adventure Golf, one slice short of heaven. Located behind Happy Joe's and Rudy's Tacos in Coal Valley.
Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Underway in the last of the sixth. Randy Wells with a strike to Scott Posednik. Wells with 78 pitches on the day. 0-2 on the White Sox leadoff hitter. Cub fan with a catch. A swinging bunt by Posednik, and he's going to get it there. I don't know what you call that. You call that a bunt or a swing? That's a hybrid.
Yeah, it's a hybrid. It's looking more and more like girls softball. Every at-bat with Scott Posednik runs up on the ball, just kind of punches it toward the left side of the field. I think ideally he wanted to draw Jake Fox in and then slap it past him, but with Posednik's speed, it works anyway.
Here's Ramirez. Posednik not running, and it's popped up. Over on the left side, and Fox in foul territory makes the catch. Now the Cubs making a change defensively as Ryan Friel has come in to play right. Makes you wonder if Milton Bradley has an injury. We'll keep an eye on it.
Take a look at our Home Depot doing more on defense. Possibly the reason that Milton's out of this game. Making a nice diving catch on Chris Getz' sinking liner back in the fifth inning. It looked like he was okay at the time. Thank heaven he caught the ball. But Ryan Friel takes over in right field to start this inning.
Friel just came off the disabled list yesterday. He was on with a hamstring injury. Aaron Miles still day-to-day with the hyperextended right elbow. And a called strike to Jermaine Dye. It's a picture of poise right there. Randy Wells doesn't get rattled. This is his 9th start. He's only had one bad one all year. Coming off his first major league win on Sunday against the Indians. Soto's throwing the ball from behind the plate, and the fact that you have a couple of big home run hitters at the plate, that might make Scott Podsednik think twice about trying to steal a bag here. Swing and a miss. So 2 gone for Thome, who homered his last time.
Well, the odds of Podsednik attempting a stolen base go up a little bit with that second out in the inning right there. He may want to try to get himself into scoring position for Jim Thome, but I see your point. When you got guys coming to the plate that can hit the ball in the seats and have done so with regularity, you don't want to run into an out at second base.
It really is, Bob, a tale of 2 lineups for the White Sox. Because once you get past Thome, I think that's where Ozzie would like to, play some small ball. And if Podsednik were not in the lineup and Quentin were healthy, you'd have more of a home run reliant offense. They already do rely on the home run a lot. Podsednik does run, and he will get in. And it bears repeating. I mean, you go back to 05 when they won it all. They were not a small ball team. They hit home runs. They hit a lot of them. They hit them in the postseason. They played great defense, and they pitched. The whole idea of Ozzie ball, and again, I think Ozzie would love to play that type of baseball. That's not the team they were in 05 and really haven't been since. Now they're going to walk Thome with first base open. I mean, Scott Podsednik hit a game-winning home run in a World Series. Not even a power hitter. So Thome takes the intentional walk, and here comes Konerko.
Well, I think any good manager, you have to be adaptable. You have to look at what kind of physical skills you have on the field, what kind of team you're likely to have, and adjust accordingly. I mean, if you tried to run with Dye, Thome, and Konerko and Castro in the middle of this order, obviously that's not going to work for you real well. They're power hitters. They're going to hit the ball out of the ballpark and into the gap, so you try to complement them with some fast guys at the top and bottom of the order and hope they can set the table when the big boys get up there.
And I think it goes back to what you said early on in terms of comparing these two teams. The Cubs, a team over the past few years that certainly has relied on power. Not a team that has run a whole lot. Big spot for Wells against Konerko, and he hits it foul off to the right. And what that means is when you're not hitting home runs, sometimes your offense can look flat.
Which we've seen in the postseason the last 2 years for the Cubs. When you're facing those pitchers who have gotten their teams into the postseason, they're less likely to make the kind of mistakes that you can hit out of the ballpark for a home run. And that's when you really have to find ways to manufacture runs and take advantage of every base runner.
Pulled foul. Chats it over with Matt Sinatra. A single, a stolen base, and an intentional walk. The White Sox threatening in a 2-2 tie. This is basically their first chance with a runner in scoring position. And 2 runs coming on solo home runs. One and two.
I remember when I was still managing, Len, after Mike Scioscia and the Angels won the World Series in 02, the big question the next spring for every manager was, are you going to try to play more like the Angels did? Well, they had a team full of jackrabbits, a bunch of contact hitters. They bunted, they stole bases, they played small ball from day one until the end of the season. But that was the personnel that Mike Scioscia had available. You can't do it unless you have those kinds of players.
Konerko's going to ground into the forced play at second as they get Thome and get out of the 6th off to the 7th. 2-2.
strength and you are the breath, and you will grow, become the best, and in your time find blue skies everywhere.
For generations, families have built lasting traditions with the confidence that Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois will continue to be there for all the celebrations yet to come.
Find blue skies everywhere.
Pepper in some Fire Grilled. Try Chili's new Fire Grilled quesadillas starting at $6.99. Plain grilled tortillas layered with chicken, bacon, cheese, and ranch. Crispy on the outside, melted perfection on the inside. New Fire Grilled quesadillas only at Chili's.
Experience a Cubs game at historic Wrigley Field. Individual tickets are available for upcoming games. Get your tickets now by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS, visiting the Wrigley Field box office, or by logging on to Cubs.com. See you at beautiful Wrigley Field.
I said, how'd you like the show? She said I was very amused. I started throwing bass, she started throwing back mid-range. But when I sprung the question, she acted kind of strange. I called her room, my job picked up the end. I called her him, I said, yo, what was that? Oh, he's just a friend. Don't give me that. Don't even give me that. Oh, baby, you got what I need. But you say he's just a friend. But you say he's just...
After the game, stick around for Lowe's Crosstown Classic post-game live. Get highlights of all the action and analysis from Frank Thomas, Doug Glanville, Todd Hollinsworth, and Bill Melton. Plus, check in on Luke and Ozzy's post-game remarks. Don't miss Lowe's Crosstown Classic post-game live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Jose Contreras seemed to tweak his back in the 6th inning, but he would go on to retire the side in order. It looked like his catcher, Ramon Castro, wasn't convinced, but he may have been looking at him for some other reason, and he's still in the game.
And I have to tell you, I'm a little surprised not only that he's back out there on the mound, that the White Sox don't have anybody throwing in the bullpen either. Yeah, that looks like something that could flare up rather quickly at any moment.
The 1-1 to Micah Hoffpower is at the knees on a heater for a strike.
Of course, if Contreras is injured again, the relief pitcher to come in for the White Sox will have as much time as necessary to get loose before resuming play.
And I also would think, and you'd be a better judge of this certainly than I, having managed veteran pitchers, do you give a veteran like Contreras, or in your case Randy Johnson, when they say I am fine, I'm good to go, that they know their body better than anyone else? I mean, you're not going to get in a fight with him on the mound, but if he says I can pitch, I guess you got to let him pitch, right?
I mean, unless your eyes tell you something differently. If you see him grimace on every delivery and start taking a lot of time between pitches, and his pitches aren't, the velocity goes down, the movement goes down, even if he tells you he's fine, at that point you have to trust your own instincts in the game and what you see with your eyes. I've said it all along. Pitchers are going to lie to you. Players are going to lie to you. They want to play. They want to be out there on the mound competing, so they're going to say whatever they have to do to stay in the ballgame.
Jake Fox is 2 for 2. Make it 3 for 3. Just like yesterday. A double, a homer, and a single. A triple away from the cycle. Most importantly, he's a go-ahead run, and he's on base.
Splitter that didn't do much that time, just kind of spun up there, was just starting to move down a little bit when Jake snatched it into left field for a base hit.
Fontenot 0 for 2. Now just 2 for 17 on this trip. And I would be remiss if I did not wish Aramis Ramirez a happy belated birthday, turning 31 yesterday, June 25th. And again, took live BP today. Hopefully feels great tomorrow and continues to progress in his return from the left shoulder injury.
Well, for a ball player who's been on the shelf as long as Ramirez has, getting an opportunity to take live batting practice is the best birthday present you could get.
No doubt. Is in side. That almost hit Fontenot's bat.
To go up over the plate with a fastball. It comes inside a little bit. It just did get underneath the bat of Mike Fontenot. Probably would have gone foul if it hit the bat.
Rolls up the arm of Konerko. The flip to Contreras, not in time. It actually might have been on time, but Contreras did not have his foot on the bag. It'll be an error on Konerko. Well, it actually landed, Bob, in the perfect spot for Konerko, and he may have gotten it to Contreras in time, but the indication by Angel Campos at first base was that Contreras was not on first.
Yeah, it looked like he came up short as he reached out there with the right foot.
Well, I think Mike got there anyway.
Yeah, I think he would have beaten it anyway.
See if the Cubs can make it hurt. Here's Soto. I didn't get a chance to talk about it earlier, but obviously big news regarding Giovani Soto yesterday. It was disclosed that he tested positive for marijuana during the World Baseball Classic when he played for Puerto Rico. He was embarrassed by it and contrite about it. And he drives that ball very deep. Back toward the wall. Gone! Well, maybe playing a little bit more relaxed after getting the weight of the world off his shoulders. And he just gave the Cubs a 5-2 lead. A huge day for Soto.
Still no activity in the White Sox bullpen. This is really surprising to me after Contreras had to stop the action with that back spasm or whatever it was. Our Heineken home run replay. Giovani Soto picking on a hanging slider after narrowly missing a home run in his last at bat. This time he got every bit of it.
His last 9 games as Blanco grounds out to Konerko unassisted. Live wired, here's Matt Sinatro.
Get up! Get up!
Yeah, that's what coaches and players say. Get up, get up. It's Bob Uecker's home run call. 2 outs at Soriano. Now we'll leave all the other off-field conversations regarding Soto's situation, the talk shows and the columns, but in terms of how it has affected his play this year, nobody knows but him. But it sounds like he's known for 6 weeks, and that certainly had to weigh on him. And I don't know, maybe it's a coincidence that he's picked today to have one of his biggest games of the season. Now he has a little closure and he can move on.
Well, and he assures his fans and the Cubs organization that it was an isolated incident and won't happen again. He's very sorry for any embarrassment he caused anybody, and I think everybody deserves a second chance, and I agree with you. I think that had to weigh heavily on Giovani Soto's mind, knowing that that announcement was forthcoming at some point.
He will not be able to participate in international competition for 2 years, but it does not affect his major league playing status. And today, with a single, a deep fly to the warning track, and a go-ahead 3-run homer. Oh, and he also threw out a base stealer back in the 5th. Swing and a miss. Soriano with a tough day, 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. But Soto gives the Cubs a 5-2 lead. Time for an exclusive sneak peek of Ice Age, Dawn of the Dinosaurs, opening July 1st.
And now it's time for the 7th inning stretch.
Sid, whatever you're doing, it's a bad idea.
Huh?
Bet you didn't see that coming. It's time to get buck-wild.
Let's do it.
Mayday! Mayday! We're losing altitude!
Nobody move a muscle.
Okay, we're going into the chasm of death. I'm going to lose you.
Awesome. Ice Age, Dawn of the Dinosaurs. In digital 3D. Rated PG. Wednesday.
Let Menards help you with all your household needs. Repair, seal, and inflate flat tires with Fix-A-Flat Tire Inflator and Sealer. A 16-ounce can is just $3.82. Attract birds to your yard with Performance Seed. Thistle seed is high in fat and protein and attracts finches and mourning doves. $9.98 for an 8-pound bag. Black oil sunflower seed is high in oil content and attracts the largest variety of birds. A 50-pound bag is only $12.98.
Save big money at Menards.
Weeknights at 11, the Monsters take over Comcast Sportsnet's Late Night with the very best interviews and hottest sports topics from the morning show. Monsters in the Morning Encore, weeknights at 11 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
5-2 Cubs, last of the 7th. As Castro hits a weak grounder to Jake Fox. Unraveling the 100-year mystery of the Chicago Cubs is available at Chicagoland Walgreens stores, online at harrycaries.com, or wherever books are sold. Ryan Sandberg calls the book a must-read for all Cubs fans. And celebrities like Jeremy Piven, Kevin Nealon, Ramos Ramirez, and the Cubs, Giovani Soto, Lou Piniella, have dined at Harry Carey's recently. Is a line out for Getz. 2 quick outs. Wells looking for that proverbial shutdown inning after his team gave him a 3-run lead. Up by Anderson over near the visitors' dugout, and there will be no play except by the fans behind the dugout.
There's always a play. It's just not always by the players.
The Cubs dugout. Hope everybody's all right. Aaron Heilman up in the bullpen. Swing and a miss. Randy Wells with a quick 1-2-3-7. We go to the 8th. Cubs 5. White Sox 2.
CSNChicago.com is giving you exclusive access to your favorite Chicago sports team with blogs, expert analysis, special behind-the-scenes videos, and more. All from your favorite Comcast Sportsnet personalities. Only on CSNChicago.com, a fan's best friend online.
Good morning, Mike. Morning, Bill.
Morning.
Morning.
I think I might need some better brakes.
You need our Midas Secure Stop brake service. Exceptional stopping power combined with a 55-point brake inspection.
Trust the Midas touch.
Your brake pads, one of those parts you really can't afford to ignore. Right now, Midas is offering up to $50 off brake pads or shoes installed. That's brake pads or shoes up to $50 off. Midas, we're on this road together.
We all need people who will be there for us in life. People who say, we're with you, no matter what. At Wachovia and Wells Fargo, we're with you. When a house turns into a home. Excuse me, Rufus. When a passion becomes a career. when a relationship turns into a lifetime, and when times are tough but life presses on. We're with you when you need someone to stand by you. Wachovia, Wells Fargo, and you. Together, we'll go far.
Weeknights at 11, the Monsters take over Comcast Sportsnet's late night with a special 1-hour encore of Monsters in the Morning. Catch the very best interviews and hottest sports topics from the morning show. Monsters in the Morning Encore, weeknights at 11 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best brand.
Time to bring you up to speed with the AT&T Rapid Rewind. Giovani Soto took a pitch that was up, and he took it out for a 5-2 Cubs lead. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered. All the runs today have been scored on home runs. Fox, 2-run shot in the 4th. Soto's blast in the 7th. And for the White Sox, solo homers by Dye and Thome. Away by Thome. Hard throwing Matt Thornton up in their bullpen. Starters have gone all the way in this series opener. Bunted by Thome. They're going to let it roll. Still fair. Base hit. Beckham let it roll. Really didn't have a play on Thome. And it died right near the line for a leadoff hit.
And this being Beckham's home field, he had to know that that ball was going to stay fair down that third baseline. Looked like it was headed toward the chalk and then straightened out, came back toward the grass. This rests right there in fair territory, but I agree with you. I don't think he would have had a play on Thome anyway, so he let it roll, hoping it would hit a cleat mark and bounce into foul territory.
Ryan Friel just off the DL. Came off yesterday and replaced Reed Johnson, who went on the shelf with lower back spasms. Talked to Angel Guzman, who played catch today on flat ground, long tossed, felt good. He has a right tricep strain. Ramirez with the left shoulder dislocation. Chad Fox with right elbow inflammation. And left-hander Jason Waddell with evaluation and treatment of a non-baseball related medical issue. So 5 Cubs currently on the disabled list. They started the year with nobody on the DL for the first time in a long time. Came into play right in the 6th for Milton Bradley, who went 0 for 3. Postgame takes off, swing and a miss, broken hit and run, but Postgame gets in with his 6th stolen base.
And some miscommunication there by the White Sox. Both middle infielders were at the bag. Generally, they'll let each other know who's going to cover on a stolen base attempt. One infielder will go to the bag. One will back up. They're both standing right there at the base.
Cubs would love to tack on some more. Already leading by 3. Of what Lou might do with Randy Wells, well, all it matters is what's going on the mound. He doesn't have to think about his spot in the order. believes he's still effective after 7 innings and 98 pitches. He'll send him back out for the bottom of the 8th. If not, he'll go into the bullpen.
We saw Aaron Heilman loosening briefly, but I would have to believe we're getting into Kevin Gregg and Carlos Marmol territory now.
Frio hits a ground ball to the left side. That'll keep Kosuke at second as Ramirez has had some trouble defensively lately. 3 errors his last 2 games. Makes the play.
Award-winning musical entertainment invades Wrigley Field this summer. Join us as Billy Joel and Elton John perform their face-to-face tour on Thursday, July 16th and Tuesday, July 21st. Rascal Flatts performs their Unstoppable tour on Saturday, July 18th. Tickets are still available by visiting tickets.com or calling 1-800-THE-CUBS. Mezzanine suites also available by calling 773-404-CUBS.
Cub fans in the ballpark are booing Jose Contreras for intentionally walking Derek Lee. The first walk Contreras has given up, but it's on purpose. We want to congratulate the Benjaminsons, Kristen and Todd. Todd, who is a member of our Comcast Sportsnet staff, producer. Leah Bertha Flake, Joseph Benjaminson, 7 pounds, 6 ounces, 21 inches. For Hoffpower, who is nothing for 3s, flied out to left twice and struck out. And here comes Ozzie, probably going to go to Thornton.
Effort today from Contreras was very, very good early on. Obviously, he was affected by that back problem. He lost some of the movement, some of the velocity on his pitches.
So lefty Matt Thornton will come in for Contreras in the 8th. Cubs lead 5-2.
Get 2 delicious Arby's beef and cheddars for $4. It's our classic thinly sliced roast beef piled high and smothered with cheddar cheese sauce on a toasted onion roll. At 2 for only $4. It's an amazing deal that'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's. No gain. What pain?
Rated PG. 15 years ago, Kia Motors arrived in the U.S. with 1 vehicle. Since then, our lineup has grown to 12 award-winning models. Today, we outsell Mazda, Volkswagen, and Lexus. How are we celebrating our success? By rolling back prices on select models. Save up to $3,500 on the Spectra or Sportage for a limited time.
Right now, get 2 delicious Arby's beef and cheddars for $4. It's our classic thinly sliced roast beef piled high and smothered with cheddar cheese sauce on a toasted onion roll. At 2 for only $4. It's an amazing deal that'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Spell simplicity.
Simplicity. F-E-L-D-C-O.
Close enough.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Treat your top clients, employees, or family to an all-inclusive experience in the Bud Light Batter's Eye. Your guests will enjoy Wrigley Field luxury and never have to open their wallets while enjoying unlimited food and beverages. Reserved seating, private restrooms, and a breathtaking view of the friendly confines for only $165 per ticket. For more info, visit Cubs.com/suites or call 773-404-CUBS. Hoffpower swings and misses. Matt Thornton throws hard.
Now, this is going to be a tough matchup for any left-handed hitter against Matt Thornton. Lefty's hitting .095. That's 4 for 42 on the season with 21 strikeouts.
Their bullpen has given up a run in 7 straight games. Thome at second, Lee at first, and the lefty deals and makes quick work of Hoffpauer. And Don Cooper is going to come out, and they're going to try to figure out how to get out Jake Fox, who's 3 for 3.
Just a little too much fastball for Michael Hoffpauer in that at bat. You know, I mentioned earlier, Len, I was surprised that Contreras came back out for the 7th inning, let alone to start this 8th inning. But it kind of slipped my mind that the White Sox had played extra innings, and they used a lot of bullpen in that ball game yesterday against the Dodgers. Everybody but Jimmy Gobble worked in that game yesterday out of the Sox bullpen.
That's a good word. They needed Contreras to gobble up innings, and he did. He went 7 1/3, and to this point charged with 5 runs, 4 earned. Now the scorching Jake Fox. Almost hit him. Bounced it off himself. I think we have to ask Lou. I think Jake Fox will be in there tomorrow and on Sunday against the lefties. And if he keeps hitting, he'll keep playing. Pretty simple.
Well, in the past, that's been Lou's MO, to play the hot hand until they no longer are the hot hand. And so far, Jake Fox showing no signs of slowing down.
Basically standing up. It's right where he wanted it at 97. Great day for some lemonade.
This ought to be an interesting pitch. A 3-2 count with 2 outs. The runners will be moving. You assume Thornton's going to challenge Jake Fox with his best stuff, and that's a high 90s fastball. And Jake Fox feels like he could hit anybody's fastball right now.
Runners go, and he pops it foul. On the move again, ripped foul. Well, the thing about this game, I mean, Jake Fox is, relatively green in terms of his experience at this level. But today, the White Sox have to treat him like Albert Pujols. He's the hottest guy in baseball right now. He's 6 for 7 the last 2 days. With a couple of home runs. Drives that ball out into left center, but Anderson will make the catch, and that ends the inning. Cubs strand 2. They lead 5-2 to the bottom of the 8th.
Wrigley Field like you never have before. Take a 90-minute behind-the-scenes tour of this legendary ballpark. Now, Chicago Trolley offers convenient transportation to and from Wrigley Field. Purchase tickets by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or by visiting Cubs.com.
How'd you get her to agree to this?
Simple. I told her about the Luna Double. I went to luna.com/Cubs and saved double.
Like found money.
773-202. Luna.
Stop by Subway restaurants. Buy a fresh value meal and play the meal ticket where everyone wins. Just scratch, enter online, and win. You could get free meals for a year. Free movie rentals from Blockbuster.com. Free cookies or other great prizes. Remember, one sub, one side, one drink. That's the ticket. So buy a fresh value meal, get a ticket, win a prize. It's that easy. Subway. Eat fresh.
Let 20 Sports Grill and Nightclub take you out to the ball game. Every seat is the best seat in the house with 16 plasma TVs and a state-of-the-art sound system to make sure you never miss a play. Sink your teeth into mouth-watering burgers, wings, and more. Save big on delicious food specials during the game. You won't believe the beer selection at 20 Sports Grill. 20 beers on tap, each one with its own glass. Come to 20 Sports Grill and Nightclub for great food, sports, and always the right beer in the right glass.
Hi, everyone. Pat Boyle with this Toyota Sports Night update. Join us for Lowe's Crosstown Postgame Live after the contest. We'll hear from Lou Piniella and Ozzie Guillen. Go inside both clubhouses for reaction. Plus, Frank Thomas, Todd Hollingsworth, Bill Melton, and Doug Glanville break down this game. But now, let's go back to the south side. There's Len Casper and Bob Brennan. Guys?
Pat, thanks a lot. Well, Randy Wells was terrific again, and it's up to Marmol and Gregg to try to close this thing out. For Wells, 7 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts. He gave up 2 homers, but they were both solos. No big deal. Ball 1 to Beckham.
And did not rattle early when Jermaine Dye hit the first home run of the game for the White Sox in that first inning with 2 outs. Didn't seem to affect him in the least.
Got the slider over. 1-1. You know the scouting report in terms of what the advanced scout wrote down in his notes to Ozzie Guillen and his coaching staff regarding Carlos Marmol. Take pitches until he proves he can throw strikes. And he's 3-1 on Beckham.
Take strikes. Take until you get strikes and look slider. Carlos throws more sliders than fastballs. And he's got a real good fastball. Sits in the low to mid-90s with a little bit of tail on it. Just feels more confident throwing that slider when he has to throw a strike, although it hasn't been there for him consistently this year.
And he walks the leadoff man to start the inning. And the problem here is where the lineup is. Back to the top. And the guy hitting over 300, Scott Pasednik, who has 2 hits in the ball game, and he realizes that if he gets on, that'll bring up the tying run.
Well, and you think about it, Len, the Cubs, I mean, not that it's a bad thing, but they really have to be committed to Carlos Marmol as their 8th inning guy right now. Angel Guzman was a guy who was starting to show signs that he could be that guy. If Marmol needed a day off, or if Lou felt that perhaps his command wasn't where it needed to be, you could go to Angel Guzman in the 8th inning of a ball game to set it up for Kevin Gregg. But with Guzman on the disabled list, nobody has stepped forward to be that guy.
Again, Pasednik hitting the ball in the air. That's what you want him to do. The 2 times he's done it, he's made outs. A preferred baseball road trip provider. The team provides Cub fans with the most unique VIP road trip experience available. Each package includes great tickets to sold-out games, first-class hotel accommodations, a VIP tour of each ballpark, and a private meet and greet with a current Cubs player. For more information or to book your trip, call 617-226-6550 or visit Cubs.com. Is low and away. Hold a fastball. 2-1. Sellout crowd today, 39,015. Packed into U.S. Cellular Field. Cub fans having more fun at the moment. But it's 3-1 on Ramirez, with Jermaine Dye lurking on deck. And it only gets tougher after Ramirez, just in terms of the quality of the at-bat. I mean, guys like Dye and Thome and Contreras, they're not going to go up there swinging at anything.
Now, Ramirez is a guy that you possibly could get to chase some bad pitches out of the zone, but you have to get him close enough to the zone to tempt him to swing at it.
Slider strike, 3-2. Huge pitch coming up. If he doesn't throw a strike, it's got to be close enough to get Ramirez to think about swinging, but it's not. That's the pitch right there that has been a major problem for Marmol. The pitch that never does look like a strike. I know we sound like a broken record, but it's been the same thing that has ailed Carlos. Marshall and Heilman in the bullpen.
I was just going to say, quick activity down in that Cubs bullpen. Well, this is that last pitch. You might get the most extreme free swinger to chase that pitch, but it was never in the strike zone. Started off the outside corner, ended up further away.
What we mean by that is the hitter has to have some idea when the ball leaves the pitcher's hand that it's going to be in the strike zone. It doesn't have to end up there. But if it's never in the zone, you're not going to get a major league hitter, particularly a veteran, to even offer at it. So now he's in trouble and faces Jermaine Dye. What he needs is a strikeout, and that's what he does best. Strike one. No hits, but 2 walks. And the White Sox threatening. Low for ball 1. They had a good rip at that pitch.
Well, you know, Lynn, I've had issues with Giovani Soto just giving one sign with the runner at second base. He's giving a series of signs, but Carlos Marmol is going into his set position after the first one. He's not giving Giovani an opportunity to go through the signs. Gordon Beckham out there at second base, a young player, a rookie. I'm not so sure if that's something that the White Sox like to do, steal pitches or steal location, but it should never even be a thought that the opposing team might steal our signs. As soon as that 3 came down for the slider, Marmol went into his set position.
A pop up into left. Soriano just able to locate it, and it drops. And everybody's safe. Blanco got out there. Soriano didn't know where it was, and the bases are loaded on a ball that has to be caught.
Like Wrigley, left field and the left side of the infield is the Sun Field here at U.S. Cellular. See, Soriano got a late break coming in. Doesn't look like he was calling off Andres Blanco, and if you're the shortstop, you go until you hear that left fielder call you off. Saw the late start by Soriano looking up into that sun. Blanco continues to go after the ball the way he should. That'll be ruled a base hit.
deflects off Derek's glove. It's a fair ball. They're going to get 2 runs. Die now to third. He's stopped there by Jeff Cox. And it's a 5-4 game, and they had 2 in scoring position, was still only 1 out. That ball deflected off Derek's glove. And this inning has spun out of control for Marmol.
You can see from the shadows in our replay right here, tough visibility right now for the guys on the right side of the infield, for the catcher, even for the hitters for that matter. Ball just tipped off the glove of Derek Lee, rolled well down the right field line in foul territory.
So Thome has driven in 3 today. Why has he been a difference maker? That's a 2-run double. And they're going to walk Konerko intentionally, and A.J. Przinsky is on deck. Thome, I think, was asking the White Sox dugout, you going to run for me? I'm the go-ahead run. And they said, no, you're fine, Jim. So they'll set up a force at any base, and it'll be Przinsky, not Castro, after they walk Konerko.
Well, this is what happens when you walk guys and make defensive miscues. You give that opposing team more opportunities than they should have in an inning, and eventually it's going to bite you. Be the slowest trio of base runners in the majors right now. Jermaine Dye at third, Jim Thome at second, and Paul Konerko at first. Now Thome will be taken down for a pinch runner.
Jason Nix is going to run for Thome. Przinsky announced for Castro. Lou's going to go with the lefty, Sean Marshall. He comes into a major jam. The Cubs lead 5-4, but the White Sox have them loaded in the 8th.
It's 7 a.m. Remember, today is your lucky day, the day you get to drive the vehicle of your dreams. Traffic is chaotic, so be careful when you go out. Absolute Protection line comes new Degree Men B12 Special Edition. Protection for the ride of your life.
Take one Honda Pilot and one Honda Odyssey. Add a 5-star crash safety rating to both, then make them a top safety pick. And it can help you lower your insurance costs, which is one reason why they have a low cost of ownership. That's how you become the best-selling minivan and mid-sized SUV. Go to Edmunds.com for an independent report on the true cost to own a Pilot or Odyssey. And then check out the affordable leases and low financing you'll find at your Honda dealer.
With greasy fast food, what are you really getting? Try a low-fat Subway Club instead. Roast beef, savory turkey breast, and Black Forest ham. Part of the Subway Fresh Fit meal. Subway. Eat fresh.
Wow. Carlos Marmol very upset after a rough ride today as he walked a couple. And remember that pop-up to shallow left. That was called a hit, but a ball that should have been caught. Well, Sean Marshall can hang his hat on one interesting stat.
Yeah, he has been the best Cubs relief pitcher this year at stranding inherited runners. He's inherited 15 runners this season. Only one of those has come around to score. He's got his work cut out for him today.
He faces pinch hitter A.J. Pierzynski. With the bases loaded and one out. Cubs in double play depth. Corner men are in. Ground ball to Derek Lee. Throw goes to the plate. They get one relay throw in time. 3-2-3 on the double play, and Marshall strands all three inherited. That is huge. We'll go to the ninth. 5-4 Cubs.
Hi. My meeting got moved up. I need to change my Southwest flight.
No problem. You know, maybe other people are content to sit around and wait.
Wait for something to happen. For business to pick up.
But for you, it's time to kick it in gear. Time to get going. Time to get tough. Take control.
You're not going to run it hard.
Because backing down's not your style.
Grab your bag. It's on.
Change it up a bit, and you're sure to get a reaction. Don't let erectile dysfunction slow things down. Viagra, America's most prescribed ED treatment, can help you enjoy a more satisfying sexual experience. To learn more, cruise on over to Viagra.com. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Don't take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease in vision or hearing. Now's the time to get moving and ask your doctor if Viagra is right for you.
Cubs fans, get ready for an exciting finish. Brought to you by New Finish Car Polish and the #1 rated scratch remover, Scratch Doctor.
One of the tougher double plays to turn in the game, the 3-2-3, especially with the bases loaded. Pierzynski with the sharply hit ball right to Derek Lee. He got the ball to Giovani Soto in great shape. Gio had enough time to move inside the baseline, clear the runner, and complete the 3-2-3 double play. Nice job.
Mike Fontenot tried to bunt, and he missed it. We're in the ninth. Thornton still in. Pierzynski, who grounded into that double play, stays behind the plate. Two strikes to Fontenot. Got him. Strike three called. The BMW ultimate drive of the game, the go-ahead home run by Giovani Soto. 3-run blast in the 7th. Cubs still lead. It's 5-4 after the Sox got 2 in the 8th. Bunched the left side of the infield against Soto. Or Beckham almost right on the line, and look how far Ramirez is over in the hole.
It's not unusual to see that kind of a defensive alignment if you don't feel your third baseman has the range to cover that hole to his left. But Beckham looks to me like he covers quite a bit of ground over there as a shortstop now playing third base. So I'm kind of surprised to see Ramirez playing that far into the hole. Two strikes. Blanco next. We're in the 9th. Cubs clinging to a 1-run lead. Kelvin Gregg will pitch the bottom of the inning. It's that time of day when it gets tough to hit. Batter standing in the shadows almost all the way out to the pitcher's mound, but bright sunlight behind the pitcher's mound all the way to the batter's eye in center field.
Another foul pop as Gio staying alive. Up Beckham, and he throws out Soto. Here comes Blanco with 2 outs. Let's check in on the Felco upcoming schedule. Another 3 o'clock start tomorrow. Comcast Sportsnet, noon for the pregame on Sunday. Bob and I will be back with you Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday here on Comcast Sportsnet. It's on Plus Tuesday. There's a drive deep to left center. Posednik chasing after it. He won't get there. It one-hops the wall and actually bounds over, and that'll be a book rule double for Andres Blanco. Well, he gave that a ride, and the inning is alive for Soriano.
Well, Blanco does not get cheated in his at-bats. A lot of times his swing looks like it's almost out of control, but that time anticipated that first pitch fastball and got it. Bounces it up into the stands in left center field for a double.
They will intentionally walk Soriano. And as they do, Bob, there's something that'll certainly be a topic of conversation after the game. It is being reported that Milton Bradley, after he flied out to left in the 6th inning, went after the Gatorade cooler and might have gotten into it with his manager, Paul Sullivan of the Tribune, writing online that angry words were exchanged between Bradley and his manager, and shortly after, Milton was replaced in right by Ryan Creel. And it also says Bradley was spotted in street clothes going to the players' parking lot. And Paul writing, sources confirm he has left the park. So more to come after the game. But that is not a good situation. Here's Kosuke, and he hits it foul, out of play.
Well, we shouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's an unfortunate situation, and certainly we probably shouldn't comment until we get the whole story and get all the facts straight. But if indeed that is what happened, it's just a continuation of a pattern of behavior on the part of Milton Bradley.
The 0-1 outside to Fukudome. Now 1-2 on Fukudome. Everything else is later tonight around baseball. Only National League game. Great pitching matchup. Matt Cain and Giovani Gallardo. About an hour and a half north of here. Giants and the Brewers from Milwaukee. Everything else interleague play, including the Yankees and the Mets. Back to Thornton as he stabs it and underhands to Konerko. Well, bottom 9. Hang with us as Kevin Gregg tries to hang on as the Cubs lead 5-4.
Oh, it's on. It's on. It's on.
It's on. Oh, it's on, all right.
It's on. Totally on.
Jimmy! It's on!
It's on.
Oh, yeah.
It's on.
Affirmative. It's on.
Starting June 28th, Southwest Airlines flies to New York LaGuardia for just $89. Bags fly free on Southwest, so our low fares stay low. Grab your bag. It's on. Book now at southwest.com.
Oh, wake up. Don't tell me it's just a dream. 'Cause when I've had enough, you'll hear me say, now don't you try to rain on my big day. Nothing's standing in my way on this big day where nothing can go wrong.
This month only, save up to 60%. Call your travel agent for 1-800-BEACHES.
Right now, buying a Toyota makes more sense than ever. You get the quality you can depend on. You can take advantage of unprecedented selection, and now you can get 0% financing on your favorite Toyota models, like the Toyota Camry, the Toyota Corolla, or the Toyota RAV4. And if you're a recent college graduate, now's the time to take advantage of our $1,000 college grad rebate program. Where can you find great cars, great leases, and great deals? Your Toyota dealer.
If you're traveling and can't watch your Cubs on TV, you can always catch the game on your computer with MLB.tv. It's the ultimate baseball experience featuring 100 out-of-market games per week live on your computer, and catch those you missed on demand. For more details, visit Cubs.com, where baseball is always on. So Blanco moving to second, Terrio to short, and it looks like Fontenot's at third. So some changes on the infield. The Cubs and to the defense. Jake Fox is out. And Kevin Gregg 0-2 on Chris Getz. Pitch. Buried in the dirt. Swing and a miss. Threw him a split, and he struck him out.
Well, it's good to see from Kevin Gregg. You'd like a snappy inning here in the bottom of the ninth, obviously. The last thing you want to do is roll back around to the top of this White Sox order. He has the opportunity to face the 7, 8, 9 hitter here in the bottom of the ninth inning.
It's Dwayne Wise batting for Anderson. They have struggled in the pinch hit department this season. There's 2 for 42 for the White Sox in pinch hit at bats.
Well, for Wise, only his third pinch hit appearance of the season. He is 1 for 2 in his previous at bats.
Choices for our player of the game today for the Cubs. Swing and a miss.
You know, he wasn't in there long, but you want to talk about a big swing point in the ball game. Sean Marshall coming in there and getting that double play to get out of a bases loaded 1-out situation. That was huge.
Greg looking for a comeback performance after the loss in Detroit on Tuesday night. He gave up the game-winning home run to pinch hitter Ryan Rayburn. This is his first appearance since then. Pop foul and out of play down the third base side. Trying to save it for Randy Wells, who would get his second major league win. Derek Lee on the backhand. Greg's got to beat Wise to the bag, and he did. There goes 3-1, 2 outs.
A little bit of a late start off the mound by Kevin Gregg, but fortunately his long strides were able to make up some ground and get over there just ahead of Wise. Very close. Nice play by Derek Lee to keep that ball out of right field to begin with, and there you see the tail end of the play just ahead of the runner. High-speed shutter cam in the shadows. He's still out.
Now comes Josh Fields, who was their opening day third baseman. Beckham has grabbed that job. But Fields is going to bat for him here in the ninth. Had a 2-homer game against the Dodgers earlier this week. That was on Wednesday, and he takes ball 1. In the pitch. Strike 2. Cub fans getting up. Greg is ready. Here it is. Just on a fastball. Soto setting up shop just off the outside corner. He just missed it. 3-2.
Comeback fastball just off the outside corner, working its way back, not quite far enough.
Sets up a 3-2 pitch with Posednik on deck. Ball 4.
Now the ball 4 pitch misses even further down and away. Cubs defensively a little better suited to defend against Posednik in this at bat with their new alignment. Mike Fondo at third, Terrio at short, Blanco over at second base. If he tries that running slug bunt again.
Cubs looking for their first win on this trip. 10-game trip. They're 0-4. Outside. Ramirez is on deck, 0 for 3 with a walk and a run. Thanks to Matt Sinatra for allowing us to mic him up today. 2-2. White Sox down to their final strike yet again. You have any nails left over there? Well, we've been in a lot of thrillers this week. Cubs trying to come out on top for the first time.
Cubs have gotten Posednik to hit a couple of fly balls to center field in this game. That would work pretty good right now.
Got him! about Scott Podsednik. And the Cubs take game one. They snap the 4-game losing streak, and they win it 5-4.
A solid outing by Kevin Gregg today. Even when he did miss the strike zone, it was just by the smallest of margins. Finally painted that outside corner on Scott Podsednik to end this one.
A badly needed win as the Cubs get back to the 500 mark at 35-35. Ryan Friel getting into the act. Yeah, he's got a little work to do, but hopefully he'll have many chances. So the Cubs win it 5-4. Soto with the game-winning homer in the 7th. Big day again for Jake Fox. Randy Wells was tremendous. Clutch performance by Sean Marshall. Out of the bullpen. And let's go down to the field. Gail Fisher standing by with one of the offensive heroes.
All right, Len, thank you very much. Looked like Jose Contreras was pitching well. You and Jake Fox able to take him deep. Talk about that home run you hit.
Yeah, I mean, Contreras is a great pitcher. I mean, he comes from a lot of angles, and, you know, he managed to leave a ball out over the plate, and I managed to, you know, put good wood on it. You know, it felt pretty good.
Randy Wells also pitching well. Talk about the stuff he had out there and just being able to beat these White Sox.
Oh, it's been terrific since the day he got called up. I mean, he's been outstanding. He's been making his pitches, and you know, he's eating up innings, and it's been terrific for us. I mean, his ERA says it all, and you know, just glad that we can get him a win again today.
You guys had a tough trip to Atlanta and Detroit, obviously on a losing streak, coming into hostile territory here on the south side. How good does it feel to be able to win and snap that streak?
It feels really good. I mean, we've been playing. You know, we've been kind of coming out of the slump as a team. You know, we've been getting our hits. We haven't been driving guys in though, but you know, it looks like the spark's coming back. The guys are reacting better at our home plate, and you know, hopefully we can keep rolling here.
Well, you got one today. Game one goes to the Cubs over the White Sox. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Giovani Soto, game-winning home run, guys. Let's send it back to you.
Thanks, Gail. And our Lexus pursuing perfection players of the game. We went down. We couldn't go with just one. And we could have gone with about 4. But we're going to go with the offense because, Bob, that's what the Cubs have been lacking.
Absolutely. That's what they've been lacking. And Jake Fox has been a huge spark in the middle of that Cubs lineup. And also Giovani Soto going way back, combined 5 for 8 on the afternoon with a couple of home runs. Good to see the bats coming alive.
I want to thank our Comcast Sportsnet crew led by our producer Bob Albrecht, our director Dave Turner, our associate producer Tamara Anderson, our stage manager in the booth Christine Charbonneau, our technical director Jim Winters, Mark Harper's our tech manager, the senior executive producer of Comcast Sportsnet, Jim Corno Jr., and more to come. Post-game live coming up. The final score today, the Cubs 5, the White Sox 4. Our next Cubs telecast Sunday against the White Sox, noon for the pregame. And again, Bob and I will greet you next here on Comcast Sportsnet Tuesday night at 6 o'clock on Plus from Pittsburgh. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob and our entire crew, this is Len Casper. Going to get you set for post-game live. Pat Boyle will take it over in our Comcast Sportsnet studios. Cubs win.
All right, Len, thank you very much. Lowe's Crosstown Postgame Live is in the on-deck circle, and we've got a few things to cover over the next hour. Plus, we'll hear Lou Piniella and Ozzy's postgame remarks. Plus, we'll go inside both clubhouses for reaction, and our own team of analysts include Todd Hollingsworth and Bill Melton. They'll break it all down. We want you to get interactive with the show as well. Check out our poll question and make a comment on today's game at csnchicago.com. Some of those will be posted on the bottom line. It's Lowe's Cubs postgame live after the break.
All it takes is just one DUI to permanently scar you for life. You can't hide it, and it won't go away. Cops are cracking down. And now, just one DUI means you'll have to take a breath alcohol test every time you drive. Don't be a loser. Don't drink and drive.
Hey, Mom, I need some minutes.
I just gave you some at the restaurant.
Yeah, no, I threw them out. They were old.
Old? They're rollover minutes. They are as good as new. You know, not everyone gets to keep their unused minutes. And these days, we can't afford to be wasteful. Saving minutes.
Saves money. Yeah.
Only AT&T's Family Talk with rollover saves your family's unused minutes. And saving minutes saves money. Get the LG Neon from AT&T. Now only $29.99 after mail-in rebate.
Tenacious grip, no matter the conditions. Firehawk tires with Unity technology, only from Firestone.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. Southwest Airlines is ready when you are. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Midas, we're on this road together. Go to MidasChicago.com for valuable savings. Aflac, we've got you under our wing. And by Toyota. See your Toyota dealer now to start saving now.
This is Lowe's Crosstown Classic Postgame Live.
Right about it. And he drives that ball very deep. Back toward the wall. Gone!
And he just gave the Giovani Soto breaks a 2-2 tie in the 7th inning with his 7th homer, a 3-run shot. The Sox mounted a comeback in the bottom of the 8th, down 1. They had the bases loaded, 1 away. A.J. Przinsky grounds into a 3-2-3 double play. Randy Wells gets his 2nd big league victory. And several reports say Milton Bradley exchanged words with Lou Piniella after his at-bat in the 6th inning. Milton was replacing Wright, and he left U.S. Cellular. 69th meeting in this interleague series goes to the Northsiders. They now have 35 wins to 34 defeats. 5-4 is your final. Hi there, welcome to Lowe's Crosstown Postgame Live. I am Pat Boyle. It's Casual Friday here, joined by former NL Rookie of the Year Todd Hollinsworth and former AL home run champ Bill Melton. You guys are casual. Nothing casual about this game. We had Bradley sent home. White knuckle time for the Cubs bullpen. A tumultuous 24 hours for Soto and a whole lot more. But Ozzy's addressing the media right now at U.S. Cellular Field. Let's listen into the skipper of the White Sox.
Somebody drove the battery car. Uh-oh, we got to wait now.
Was this the White Sox? Anybody?
Turn away, it's okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's not me.
I was.
Lincoln, please wait. Dean throws recorded after loss.
All right.
Another pitcher you faced for the first time, and it just didn't work out too well.
He does. It work out. You know what I mean? Just, we have our opportunity, and we not take advantage of that. You know what I mean? It's, you know, you a fan, and you Lou Piniella or Ozzy, and I think you should enjoy this game more than anybody. I love it. A lot of tragedies, a lot of things going on the field. I guess Louis was better than me. I make few decisions. I was wrong, but it was a great ball game. A great ball game. We just come short offensively once again, and they got a big hit. The home run for the catcher is I think it was a key, but we never rolled back. You know, we just keep fighting, and it was a pretty good ball game.
Contreras have back spasms or something when you went out to the mound?
Just for a couple seconds, you know what I mean? But after that, he just continued to throw the ball very well. Another good outing for him. He just make one bad pitch, and he cost the game, but he threw the ball real well.
AJ coming in, and I mean, he had a chance to, in a big spot, to play hero.
Bad at bat.
Bad at bat?
Yes. That's you know what I mean? I think so. It was bad at bat. You know, he come from the bench. He might was looking breaking ball, but the breaking ball was, you know, was a strike, and he ended up the wrong way for us.
Errors. I mean, I know Paul's been pretty dependable over there, but he made an error that led to the home run.
You know, I mean, that's part of the game.
But it's kind of been a recurrent theme. I mean, Alexi made 2 yesterday, yet you made 4 in Cincinnati Saturday. I mean,
well, you know me. I think what I preach for don't working. I should preach for something now. You know, I preach for whoever play better defense, better pitching, we will gain. I think that whoever hit more home run will win games now. I mean, just, but you know me, that's part of the game. Like I made it clear yesterday about when I was criticizing Ramirez, he's not about making errors. The way you make an error, that's doing the field, you're supposed to make errors, that's fine with me.
For Beckham in the 9th with Fields, was the hope maybe go for it all with Fields more of a home run hitter in that situation?
Yes, and plus besides that, the on-base percentage is a lot different, and Fields got good at batting. He give off the chance to give somebody on base in the 9, and Beckham be struggled lately.
Anything else?
So Cubs take this one 5-4 is your final. Jose Contreras, another great outing for him, although, you know, he had the back spasms there in the 6th inning. Ozzie stays with him. He gets out of the 6th inning, goes into the 7th. Did he stay with him too long and allow Soto that opportunity there?
You know, I don't think so. What Ozzie does is he'll usually ask the pitcher how he feels, and a veteran pitcher like that, Ozzie generally leans towards the pitcher. If he feels good, then go ahead and throw. And, you know, then Herb Schneider came out, and really Herm's probably the final word on the whole thing. It'll be from Ozzie, but Herm has a lot to say about it, and they just figured maybe this is just a spasm in the lower part of his back. But overall, other than that one I thought was a pretty bad pitch to Soto, because, you know, this guy's got 2 home runs off us now. Both pitches been in the same place. I think they were trying to go elsewhere with that, and they just laid one bad pitch, because he did throw a pretty good ball game. No walks.
And another good point, too, that you made off camera was, you know, that bullpen was used some 13 innings yesterday. They had to go through a lot of guys. Let's reload from the top. This game had a lot of drama to it, did it not?
Yeah, it was exciting. It was a fun ball game to watch. It was a fun ball game to be a fan of. It was just so many things going right for the Cubs today.
Storyline comes. Carlos Marmol replaces Wells, and again, problems getting the ball over the plate. He walks Beckham, walks Ramirez, then Dye sends one to left. Who do you blame here? I guess Soriano?
Well, it's communication. The outfielder's got to communicate to the shortstop right there. You watch it in slow motion. He says nothing. To Blanco coming in, he has got to get out of the way.
All right, well, more on that. Here's Lou live.
Marshall, what a job of getting Persinski to ground into a double play. What happened?
Malfunction.
Good.
Next question.
Lou, you talked all year about getting the big hits, and a couple of your guys came through with those today.
Yeah, Fox, Soto, 3-run homer, a 2-run homer. You know, you score runs in a hurry that way, and Fox has been doing a really nice job with the bat. I'll tell you what, he's doing a nice job at third base. Give the young man a lot of credit. And Soto's starting to come around. He's hitting the ball with some power and throwing much better. Good to see.
Can you tell us what happened with Milton?
Yeah, I told him to take his uniform off. He threw his helmet and smashed a water cooler, water flying all over. I just told him to take his uniform off and go home. And followed him up into the clubhouse, and we exchanged some words. I don't like those things that happen, but I'm just tired of watching all that.
What led up to it?
What led up to it? What led up to it was the fired helmet and the smashed cooler. This has been a common occurrence, and I've looked the other way a lot, and I'm done with it.
Will he play tomorrow?
Look, I'm not into discipline. I'm really not. I'm really not. I'm gonna put his name in the lineup tomorrow, and that's it.
It was all verbal, just to be clear, the confrontation that you had?
Yeah, it was verbal, that's it.
Common occurrence by him or by guys on your team when you talk about what happened?
What are you talking about?
You said it's a common occurrence.
The helmets and throwing stuff and so forth. And look, that was enough. I'd had enough.
He wasn't hurt on the fielding play.
No, sir. He made a nice play with that play, too.
Were you a little concerned about Marmol's control problems?
Yeah, we're concerned about it, too. I've got all the confidence in the young man. I don't know if he's trying too hard. I don't know if he's aiming the ball a little bit. He's been working with our pitching coach on different things to straighten it out, and hopefully will, because basically he doesn't get hit. What gets him in trouble are the bases on balls.
What did Milton have to say when you talked to him?
Didn't have anything to say. We exchanged some words, and I went back to the clubhouse, or the dugout, and he went home.
On the pop fly, did Story say he lost it in the sun? Or
I think he did, yes, sir.
Talk about Wells' performance. You let him go deep.
7 innings, 100 pitches or so. Great job. This young man here, he competes. He knows how to pitch. And he's been doing a heck of a job for us, to his credit.
Do you feel that Fox has now hit his way into a regular's job for the near future?
Well, I like his bat, put it that way. I really do. We'll see where we use him. But, I mean, how can you not put his name in the lineup every time that you have a chance? Because he's earned it.
No, I know you don't want to belabor this Bradley thing, but does he have to change some of his ways?
Look, we'll talk about it more tomorrow.
Was he apologetic at the end?
We'll talk about it more tomorrow. I'm not happy that this thing happened. I'm really not. But at the same time, it was time.
Luke, can you talk about Gio and how increasingly he's looking like the guy who was here last year?
Yeah, he's been hitting the ball for more power, like I said. At the same time, he's throwing much better. Look, he competes, and you know, last year he had a real big year for us, and he got off to a slow start. But you know, he's one of the kids that it should get better as the second half goes on, and he's doing that now. Thank you.
Thanks.
In case you're just joining us, the Cubs did win the ball game, but you would never know it by the press conference there live at U.S. Cellular Field. People wanted to see some fire from the skipper on the north side. They certainly got it today, and it looked like Milton Bradley has ignited it. Do you think, as they were trying to ask the question there, the common occurrence, obviously we know about the issues with the Gatorade, certainly on the north side, but is this more directed towards Bradley, kind of maybe tired of the antics that he's bringing to this club?
Well, possibly. I'm not sitting in the dugout all the time, but I do recognize a lot of frustration that's been coming out, and it's been on the offensive side of the team. There's been a lot of struggles. There's been a lot of repetition. I mean, when I mean repetition, same things keep happening over and over again. Striking out with runners in scoring position, not moving guys over, big at-bats, key at-bats not coming through. You saw yesterday Milton tried to break a bat over his leg, thought he might have hurt himself. Thankfully, he didn't. But you can kind of see this coming. There's a lot of signs there. Strikes out a couple times early in the ball game. Gets ahead in the count, hits a soft fly ball to left field. There's frustration. He's a competitor. He understands what is expected of him and what his contract demands. And right now, he is not living up to that billing, and the frustration is starting to show itself.
Lou says he will put him in the lineup card tomorrow in Game 2 of this series. From what you've seen just in your, casual observation of Milton Bradley, Bill, I mean, does this look like a guy that can be divisive in a clubhouse?
You know what? I've only seen him swing a few times with the Texas Rangers, a little bit with Oakland, and he's a different type of hitter. That strikeout right there, I never saw Milton Bradley do that. He's usually on the pitch and driving pitches. Right now, it doesn't even look like he sees the ball. So whether his mechanics are loused up or not, I don't know. He's had this issue with every team he's been with. I don't know why it would change. And again, I'm not in the clubhouse. I don't know. But watching him physically swing the bat, he's not swinging the bat well at all. And I agree with the frustration part of it. Because when you're up there and you're a defensive hitter and you've had good years and all of a sudden now you're swinging pitches that are already by you, it's like you're completely lost, and it's very frustrating.
Another subplot has been the last 24 hours from Giovani Soto. Yesterday comes word that he tested positive during the WBC for marijuana use. This is something that Soto has known about since mid-April, and he says he's been carrying with him to the ballpark, and maybe is an explanation of why he struggled at the plate. That comes out, and then he comes through with a big 3-run homer today.
Well, regardless of the view that you have on the issue, whether, I personally think that if it was really weighing on him, he would have come out with this a lot sooner. He wouldn't have left it in everybody else's hands to finally come out with this positive drug test for marijuana. That being said, we each deal with things in our own personal way, and if he's been carrying this around, afraid maybe it'll go away or maybe this won't come out, and it has been affecting his play, he certainly showed up today, and it certainly seemed like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders.
It was a 5-2 lead going to the bottom of the 8th inning. Wells leaves the game. Carlos Marmol enters, and the trials and tribulations of Carlos Marmol continue for Cubs Nation as he continues to struggle with his control, and it starts with Gordon Beckham leading off that frame.
Well, so much of what you see going on here, it just seems like he's flying open too quick. He gets that front shoulder, and I can't say a whole heck of a lot about pitching, but it just seems to me, what I see if I'm in the batter's box is that front shoulder is flying way open and his arm is dragging behind his body, and that's, it is so hard when your mechanics aren't good.
You can't fault him here. I mean, Soriano loses the ball in the sun there. Blanco has issues with it, so the base is loaded. Jim Thome, little broken bat, single down the line, and the Cubs lead is now down to 5-4. Marmol done, and again, when you're going to take your frustrations out if you're a member of the Cubs, yeah, you're going to go right to the Gatorade jug and give that a little rattle. A.J. Pierzynski given the day off. Time for him to pinch hit. He's always in the middle of things. Bill, what happened here?
Well, I think what Ozzie said is you generally, you don't want to swing at the first pitch, but with the bases loaded, he just maybe was looking breaking ball and decided to swing at it. But again, every player has a different thought process when he goes up to the plate. A.J. likes to swing early and swing often. He's had a lot of success through his career that way. Right there, I guess you got to look at Marshall thinking, well, I'm going to get ahead with a breaking ball. And he did, but that's a double play that you don't see too often. You don't see the 3-2-3 double play. But the White Sox, this is the ills they've had at home. They've had a lot of situations, not so much where you hit into double plays, but a lot of times they've kind of edged their way into a ball game. But at home, I believe they're 0-31 after the 9th inning when they've been behind, so they really haven't come back on any games. Pott has won some games when the games are tied, right? But we have not yet to come back at our home park, and that's really strange.
And credit Sean Marshall for putting out that fire in the bottom of the 8th inning for the Cubs. What should they do with this bullpen? Because we saw Greg bounce back today. Again, though, you don't know what you're going to get game to game, day to day with this Cubs bullpen.
You have to ride it out. It's much like the offense. You can't make drastic changes to your bullpen at this point in the season. I mean, these are the guys who are down here. Some of these guys are making big dollars to do very important jobs, and there has been obviously a lot of inconsistency down there. But at times they have shown the brilliance that everybody believes that they can go out there and get the job done on a regular basis. Sean Marshall has been doing a great job as the left-handed specialist. He's been coming in, getting outs almost on a nightly basis, and guys for the most part have been fairly consistent. But because Carlos is kind of the anchor down there, I know that kind of sounds kind of maybe out of place with him not being the closer right now, or hopefully being the closer someday. But he has been the anchor. He was the one guy who was down there last year. Having so much inconsistency, it's almost casting a bad light on this bullpen, which is really, I think, for the most part, been throwing the ball a lot better lately.
All right, so coming up in just a little bit, we're going to get into your pregame predictions. Both of you guys picked a click, guys.
Well, he stole mine.
Well, he may have, but both of you came through. We'll get into that in just a second. Also on that pregame show, Doug Glanville and the Big Hurt Frank Thomas joined us. They are standing by with Luke Stuckmeyer at U.S. Cellular for a recap on this game. Guys?
All right, 5-4 win for the Cubs. Luke Stuckmeyer with Frank Thomas and Doug Glanville. Doug, we'll start with you. You called Jake Fox was going to be your player of the game. Came through with a home run in one of the big plays of the game.
Yeah, well, I like how Jake is swinging the bat right now. He's extremely aggressive, and I think the Cubs need that in the lineup. He's not wasting any time, and he's getting some big hits right now, and clearly that was one of the things that jump-started their offense today.
Frank, Jose Contreras didn't pitch a bad ball game, but it kind of got away from him just on 1 or 2 quick plays.
Well, really, I thought he had it working today. He was dropping down with a fastball and a split finger, and he's throwing from up the top, too. So, and in a type game like this with all this pressure, it only takes 1 inning. I'm happy the way he's pitching right now, and if he continues to pitch that way the rest of the season, this team's going to win a lot of ball games.
Maybe it takes just 1 play. Paul Konerko had gone more than 100 games without a single error, but that 1 error was a big one in this game.
Those type of plays always happen. It's always the easy plays that you make the errors on, and it's always the hard ones that Paulie's making the plays on. So, I mean, those things happen. Who knew the next pitch would be a home run, 3-run home run, and basically it was the ball game.
Doug, you talk about Sean Marshall. He comes in, pressure-packed situation. 3 games in a row now. He's thrown a total of 7 pitches and gotten 3 outs.
Well, that's what the Cubs have been looking for. It's been a tough battle finding that left-handed guy to get those key hitters out in those situations. And, you know, Marshall's been doing the job, and you have to give him credit because going from starting back to the bullpen, back to starting, he's been the swing guy, and he's done a nice job.
Frank, I want to ask you about one of your former teammates. We had Milton Bradley went out of the game. There was a report of a scuffle back there. Then he left the ballpark. That kind of stuff happens in baseball, doesn't it? Is it surprising to you?
You know, I've seen it before, and I've seen it before with Milton, but I just don't know what really happened. I think everything's secondhand right now. But if a manager sometimes yells and screams at a player, it gets everybody else going. And at the time, you know, a 3-run home run happened. So you just never know what might have happened, but these things do happen in baseball.
Yeah, Doug, what goes through your mind as a player in the dugout and you hear stuff going on? You're like, what's happening back there?
Yeah, well, it's an emotional environment, especially in this series. And, you know, some guys aren't playing as well as they'd like, and they want to produce. So, you know, maybe we'll get guys fired up for the next game.
How about a key for Ryan Dempster in Game 2 of this series?
Well, I think Dempster's done a nice job. Even when he hasn't had his good stuff, he keeps his team in the game. So I think he just needs a little bit early lead and get the guys going early in the game, and I think he'll be fine.
And Frank, Sox lean on Mark Burley tomorrow?
Most definitely. He's the ace of the staff. He'll come out and throw a great game regardless of what the outcome is. I just hope the offense gets back on track like they were. I think A.J. came in a little cold today, had to swing at the first pitch, but he hit the ball hard. Those things do happen in baseball. So for tomorrow, you know, I'm looking for the White Sox to bounce back.
I only have one prediction. It's going to be another exciting game for the Crosstown Classic. For Frank and Doug, I'm Luke. We'll send it back to the studio.
All right, Luke, thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Plenty of drama in this one as we head to our first break here on Crosstown Classic Postgame Live. We want to know who had the toughest day today. Was it Milton Bradley? Was it Fonzie? Was it Carlos Marmol? How about Jose Contreras or A.J. Pierzynski, who grounded in the double play in the bottom of the 8th inning? Log on to CSNChicago.com. Then visit the Cubs or the Sox page to cast your vote. We'll have the results coming up later in Lowe's Crosstown Postgame Live.
CSNChicago.com is giving you exclusive access to your favorite Chicago sports team with blogs, expert analysis, special behind-the-scenes videos, and more. All from your favorite Comcast Sportsnet personalities. Only on CSNChicago.com, a fan's best friend online.
Unbelievable. Oh, killer whales got our fish. Just let it snap? Snap it off, Jim, yeah. Oh, my Lord! Hey, Jim, what an experience that was. My knees are trembling. Dude, he was right there.
Weeknights at 11, the Monsters take over Comcast Sportsnet's late night with a special 1-hour encore of Monsters in the Morning. Catch the very best interviews and hottest sports topics from the morning show. Monsters in the Morning Encore, weeknights at 11 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Where's that former American League home run champ?
Everything's good.
You didn't have to face me.
Fortunately, I thought it was Lou All's best game of the year.
You see Kane going and score last night? He turnstile that guy.
I'm a basketball guy.
Comcast Sportsnet's all-star lineup.
Went crazy. Now that's the poster. More down here, please.
And that's how the batting game got started.
Fans just like you.
Hey, deep dish, big boy. Want some water?
Find all the greats on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Don't miss out on anything happening with your team. Visit CSNChicago.com for the biggest and best selection of videos, full-length press conferences, locker room reaction, and insider access you won't get anywhere else. CSNChicago.com, your hub for complete access to your favorite Chicago sports team. And closer.
Made Right Summer Festival. Join the fun. Steak made right. Sweet potato fries. Saucy pork ribs on a stick with lots more at your Made Right diners.
Morning, noon, and night, it's got to be made right, made right.
Precision Air specializes in the installation of geothermal heating and air conditioning systems for your home or business. Call us today to ask us about energy-efficient geothermal technology and Climate Master products. Let Precision Air and Climate Master slash your utility bills by up to 60% with a geothermal heating and air conditioning system. With huge federal tax credits and cash rebates, going green with geothermal has never been more affordable. Call Precision Air today to learn more about geothermal energy and Climate Master products.
Made Right Summer Festival. Join the fun. Mixed berry ice cream pie, root beer shakes, funnel cake sticks, Biggie berry shortcake, yummy stuff at your Made Right diners.
Morning, noon, and night, it's got to be made right, made right.
Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Time now for our Four Seasons Who's Hot, Who's Not. Who's hot? How about Garrett Anderson of the Bravos, Ichiro? Who's not? How about Rick Ankiel and Jack Cuss, to name just a couple? Before today's crosstown game, I asked the guys to tell me who they thought would be hot in today's game on the south side.
I go with Jermaine Dye swinging the bat really well now. When he starts hitting the ball well, he hits a lot of home runs.
I'm going to be a front runner. I'm going to go with Paul Konerko. 3 home runs in 3 games. He's swinging a hot bat.
I'm going to do the same thing. Jake Fox, he busted out yesterday. I'm going to see some more today.
I'm on the Jake Fox bandwagon. He's looking good at the plate, so let's see his game today.
All right, it's time for you guys to get a raise because you guys were pretty much dead on. Jake Fox coming through with 3 more hits today, and Jermaine Dye getting things going with a home run.
Yeah, I was right on. He hit a home run and got a base hit. So, you know, not a lucky guess. It's not hard for us when we see a guy in a hot streak to say, this guy's got a pretty good chance.
Do you want me to well, I mean, just what you entered that with Jermaine's been swinging the bat great, though, lately.
Yeah, but did you notice that list right there? He said that the guy who's having the toughest day? You should have put my name on the bottom of that list, too.
Well, the Cubs have been struggling offensively. It was really good. He has really provided a little bit big boost to that lineup, and I think guys are starting to believe in each other a little bit more. He's been swinging a hot bat.
All right, let's take a look at today's highlights as Jose Contreras went to the bump for Ozzy's crew, looking for his 3rd win in his last 4 starts, and he was rolling early. Top of the 1st against Alfonso Soriano, gets him with a nasty breaking ball on this one, Bill.
Well, you're not going to hit that split finger, and actually the first couple of innings, he was really on, and I said right there that it was going to be tough for the Cubs to get a lot of runs, even though he gave up the 3-run home run. I thought he threw the ball well today.
Bottom of the 1st, 2 men out. Nobody on for your pick to click, Jermaine Dye. His 17th home run puts the Sox on top. We go top of 4, 2 out, 1 on. And it's your pick to click. Jake Fox coming through.
I told you I had the toughest day.
2 home runs in 2 days for Fox. Cubs led it 2-1. Bottom 4, base is empty for Big Jim. And he goes to left field for the solo job, number 13 for him. Good job of hitting here,
Well,
Bill,
it's nice seeing him go to left field. That means he's kind of locked in. So to tomorrow's game or Sunday's game, I'm going to lock in him as my best player because anytime he gets the home run to left field, that means he's staying in on the pitch.
Top of 6, Contreras still in the contest. He takes down Fukudome swinging, which strains his back on the pitch. Ozzy comes out to take a look. Contreras stays in there. Next batter is Milton Bradley. He took the first 2 pitches and then swung on number 3 and sent one to left field. But afterwards, Lou would replace Bradley with Ryan Friel. You heard they got into it up the runway towards the clubhouse. More on that in just a second. Top of 7, Fontenot grounds to the first. Could have been an inning-ending double play. Paulie boots it. Next batter, Giovani Soto. His 7th home run of the year. Cubs lead it by a count of 5-2, and he had a nice at-bat prior to that, too, and almost put one out.
Well, what's so good about Gio right now is seeing him stay on that pitch. You watch Contreras drop down right there, and a lot of hitters can fail on that pitch, and he stay right on it, hit it out of the yard.
Big Jim comes through here, bringing him back in the bottom of the 8th inning, lines it off at D. Lee's glove. 2 runs score. Sox are down by 1. In comes Sean Marshall to put out the flames for Carlos Marmol, and A.J., as Ozzy said it, Bill, did not a great at-bat.
Not a great at-bat, just, poor results. I'm not sure. I think he hit the ball pretty hard, but again, sometimes when you're coming off the bench, it's tough to be a pinch hitter because usually you have to be aggressive, and I think that's what he was doing, was trying to be too aggressive and not take any pitches.
Kevin Gregg closes out. Cubs win 5-4 the final. Jake Fox spoke to the media a short time ago.
by the smallest of margins.
Oh, you know, this is my 4th game out of the last 5, and it really helps you get into a rhythm, you know, and I felt good at the plate last night. I felt good against Knight, and, you know, when they make mistakes, you got to make them pay for it. And I saw a few mistakes tonight, and it felt good, you know. It felt real good because this is obviously a big series, and anytime you can come out and get the first one of the series, it always makes it that much easier for the rest of the series.
What did you think of the overall atmosphere for this Cubs series?
It's electric, you know. You got to love it because when you come out there, it makes it feel so, it's so exciting to be a part of it. As a matter of fact, when Lou took me out at the end there, I was kind of bummed because it was such an exciting atmosphere. You want to be a part of it.
Jake, second straight day, you're a triple away from the cycle. Do you think about getting that triple?
No, you won't see me hit too many triples. You know, it's going to take an outfielder falling down or something like that for me to get triple. But, you know, maybe one day. But right now, we're just worried about winning ball games and going from there.
The momentum constantly changed then in the double play. Talk about how big that was for you guys.
Oh, it was huge. I mean, they were knocking on the door. They had a chance to go ahead and win the ball game there, and Dee made a nice play over there, and it really changed the outlook of the game, and I think that was really what won us the game.
I know that Milton and Lou exchanged words. Did you know anything about that?
I didn't hear much of that. I was getting ready for my bat, so I can't really talk about that. Sorry.
Todd, for a team that's been starving for offense, Jake Fox has been a great answer last.
Well, he has been a great solution to a lot of questions, a lot of things that have been going wrong. He has really stepped it up, not only at third base, but in the box. He's just brought this fresh approach, this aggressive attitude to the plate. Granted, none of these pitchers have seen him, and he's just bringing his game, what he was doing down in AAA, which was tearing it up, bringing it up to the big league level. It has been an awful lot of fun to watch. He's very, very aggressive up there. He's had a great approach since he's gotten here. And for me, the big transformation into this third baseman who's making backhanded plays. I mean, again, there's been some plays that have stretched him out a little bit that he hasn't been able to make. But I mean, this guy is learning on the go, and he's just done nothing but hit. Lou kind of hit the nail on the head a little bit, but how do you keep his bat out of the lineup? You have got to find a place for him.
All right, so in your opinion, does he play third base until Aramis comes back, or how do you get him in the lineup almost every day?
Right now, he is such a threat that you do just that. He's going to play, in my opinion, he's going to play third base until Aramis is ready, and then at that time, you may find a spot for him on one of the corner outfield spots. But, you know, he is swinging such a hot bat right now that how can you take him out? For all of the woes that this offense has had for such a long period of time and for what he's brought to the team, he's got 11 RBIs already. I mean, he's got half as many as a few guys who have been playing the entire season, and he's got 11 RBIs already on the season, 2 home runs, and he's been playing great defense at third. I mean, this is a kid who wants to learn. How can you root against him? You just want to see him out there because he just kind of brings that passion to the game that we've been kind of lacking on the north side.
Let's discuss today's starters. Randy Wells taking on Jose Contreras. Contreras with 3 great starts, coming back from AAA, winning 2 of those games. Your thoughts on what you saw from Jose today, other than the home run ball to Giovani Soto, I guess?
Well, actually, he did have a walk. 8 strikeouts, that's a pretty good outing. 7 1/3 innings. This is a guy that went down to AAA. He was 0-6 when he went down there, 0-5. He couldn't get anybody out. They were hitting him all over the place. So just to come back and have 4 games like this is pretty special. I think everything's good when he drops down. I'd like to see him with that slider a little bit more, because that's the guys who hit him out are the guys that are kind of bailing when he drops down, and that's I'm not taking anything away from Soto, but, you know, right-handers usually bail on that, and then all of a sudden that pitch is right over the plate.
Okay, there you see the discussion during the 6th inning, all right? You know he's got some back spasm issues. He battled through that. His pitch count was relatively low, but he did get into around 100 in the 7th inning. Knowing that Soto hit the ball pretty hard in his last at-bat, would you have had somebody else warming up in that bullpen ready to step in there, or is that because of the Dodgers series and how many guys you threw out there yesterday that you couldn't afford to do that?
Well, I think that was more of a cramp. That's like getting a cramp in your thigh and having it, you know, hitting the ball off your foot and stepping out of the batter's box. You generally probably come back. But, you know, again, I think Herm Schneider has a lot to say about it over there. And when they talk to Jose, and Ozzie has always given to the pitchers. I mean, he has a lot of confidence in them. John Garland turned his career around because Ozzie stayed with him. So I think that's the way Ozzie likes to manage. And I'm sure the 13-inning bullpen session had a lot to do with it. We got a long weekend this weekend, and he didn't want to go to that pen too quick.
Do you think he stayed with Contreras a little bit too long?
Well, I think that's a direct result of the game yesterday. I think that's why that situation presented itself and why we're even asking those questions. He was throwing the ball very well. He made a couple mistakes in this game, a couple long balls, and that's what everybody's going to key on. But for the most part, he had 8 punch-outs. That one walk was an intentional walk, and ultimately he threw the ball great. I thought he had a great outing other than those 2 pitches that he left out over the plate that were hit for home runs.
Let's get into Randy Wells. The last thing you want to do is put a rookie in the position that he needs to be the stopper, the guy that has to end the losing skid. He went out there and did that, getting his second big league victory today.
The thing that's so great about Randy is he never stops competing. Not only did he change speeds today, he had these hitters off balance, but at the same time he did a real good job of keeping his composure. When the Sox jumped out, Jermaine hit that home run, he didn't wilt under the pressure. He stayed in there, he kept making his pitches. There were some long outs, some long fly balls, but he just kept making pitches and he kept working and he kept his team in the ballgame. He's done this just about every time out. I mean, he's done it so well that you remember the one bad outing that he's had, and that's unfortunate. That was a couple starts ago, but he was just great today. I mean, again, he goes out there and he competes each and every time. His stuff is not overwhelming, but he knows how to pitch, he knows how to throw strikes, and he knows how to change speeds.
Randy Wells' ERA is now 2.57 on the campaign. He's addressed the media a short time ago at 35th and Shields. Let's listen in.
You go into this game, you know that these guys are going to start hitting. And you can't stay that cold for that long. And for me, I just have to keep going out there and doing what I do, and that's try to throw strikes, keep the game going, keep the game moving, get ground balls, get outs, and let the team do the work for me. And that's basically what I've been doing since I got up here. And you can't worry about the other stuff. You can only control what you can control, and let's go out there and try to give them quality starts. So.
What did you think of the atmosphere overall?
It was great. It was awesome. I knew it was going to be a big game. It's always a big game. I mean, it's pretty much the city's dream for, Cubs White Sox World Series, I mean, in my opinion. So it's, to get this kind of battle, in June, it's pretty nice.
Okay, when a player like Milton Bradley goes off in the dugout like you said, is that just something that's it just happens, it's no big deal?
Yeah, I mean, it's, stuff like that happens. Guys play with a lot of emotion, and sometimes you lose control, but, I can't really comment on anything else. I just, I know myself, I lose control sometimes. I play with a lot of emotion, pitch with a lot of emotion. I wasn't happy about the 2 home runs, but, you just got to deal with it your own way.
But you've never faced the White Sox before. Obviously, this is a big series, and you pitched very well. Any, I guess, excitement, nerves out there?
Yeah, I mean, it's the biggest game I've pitched so far in my career. It's a city of, a lot of passion and a lot, they love both teams, and, Cub fans love the Cubs, White Sox fans love the White Sox, and when the 2 teams meet, you're going to have a pretty cool atmosphere.
So Randy Wells says it was his biggest stage today. Time for our Felco star of the game. And we had a tough time picking this one, but we're going with Giovani Soto, who comes through with 2 hits, including the 3-run shot in the 7th inning. A lot for a young man that's been dealing with some things off the field as well.
Well, he can put that behind him. Thankfully, that news came out. Unfortunately, it wasn't under the best of circumstances during some struggles that he's had, but he was able to put it behind him. He got a mistake right there from Contreras. He stayed in there. That's what was so impressive about that home run. First thing I faced Jose Contreras for, and you see that drop down, and it just kind of makes you want to change your swing a little bit. He stays in there. He keeps his front shoulder locked in right there, and he stays behind that pitch, and he drives it out. It's a mistake. There's no doubt about it. But it's what you do with that mistake that counts. Pitchers make mistakes a lot, and we hitters, we don't always make good on them. Giovani Soto did it right there.
And Gio's home run was the difference in this ball game. He addressed the media a short time ago. Let's listen in.
It's always good to start on a good note. Obviously I didn't start on a good note, but it's a long season. It's good to finally kind of getting that rhythm back and just help the team out.
You had said that what happened with the WBC had weighed on you, that it was affecting you. You're hitting at the same time that this is kind of a monkey off your back now. Do you think the 2 are related? Do you think you're coming out of it partially because this isn't on your mind anymore?
Right now, as far as playing the game, I come in here, as soon as I come through those doors, nothing matters but the game. So, in here it doesn't matter, family, friends, problem, everything goes out the window when I step in here.
How did you guys view what occurred between Thome and Milton?
I really didn't kind of see what happened. He just threw something down, in the dugout, and I was kind of talking to Z, and he kind of went, but they came in here, so I really don't. I didn't see what happened.
Has there been something that's happened, guys, with the helmet or being built with the helmet just because it's been such a bad start?
Yeah, I mean, not him. I mean, everybody. I mean, I've slammed, a few helmets here and there. Just, we all want to do great, and, we all want to, help this team win. And sometimes it's frustrating, if we hit, 3 out of 10, we're Hall of Famers. So, it's a lot of failure in this game. So, it can get frustrating sometimes.
Do you think there's a closer microscope? Does it really affect you guys? I mean, you welcome him back tomorrow, right?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that to us, it just means that he cares. He wants to do good, and it's frustrating sometimes when you're not doing good. You want to do really good, and but right now, I mean, we know he comes out to play every single day. He's made terrific catches in the outfield, and he's here 100%, and we'll welcome him any day.
Do you think there's a closer microscope on Milton given his past?
Maybe, but here, as teammate and everything, I mean, we welcome him every time he comes. Gives 110% every single time out there. He lays out, and we respect that. We respect his hard work.
For complete coverage of the Crosstown Classic, log on to csnchicago.com from your computer or your phone. We'll have a recap on this game, including interviews from both clubhouses. Plus, keep up to date with the Cubs and Sox with Luke Stuckmeyer's Bricks and Ivy blog and Chuck Garfine's Sox Drawer presented by Toshiba. That's all on csnchicago.com. When we return, we'll hear from Paul Konerko.
CSNChicago.com is giving you exclusive access to your favorite Chicago sports team with blogs, expert analysis, special behind-the-scenes videos, and more. All from your favorite Comcast Sportsnet personalities. Only on CSNChicago.com, a fan's best friend online.
This is Gianpaolo. He told us he wanted a laptop with
portability, battery life, and power.
For under $1,500. We told him, you find it, you keep it.
This is so sexy. But Macs to me are about aesthetics more than they are the computing power. This keyboard is small, but that thing is gigantic. It's got 4 gigs of RAM. It's got the processing speed that I need. This laptop has got everything I want.
Oh, nice work, G. It's a PC.
My budget was $1,500. This computer will do everything that I need. I'm a PC because I'm really picky.
Miller Genuine Drive with cold filtered, never heat pasteurized, delivering unmistakable, fresh from the tap taste, anywhere, every time.
Yeah, you know the spot.
Right away, sir.
Welcome to Giordano's. Your table's ready.
Thank you.
How's everything?
Fantastic.
What's your secret?
It's the fresh ingredients, and it's been so for the last 30 years.
We made it good. You made it famous.
This quote of the week is brought to you by Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich, in business for over 30 years. For an insurance quote for auto, home, life, or business, please call Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich at 847-825-4783.
There's a place in Wisconsin's Northwoods that has it all. Eagle River, a favorite Midwest family vacation destination where you'll find the world's largest chain of 28 connected lakes and all the fun that goes with them. It's also the snowmobile capital of the world, where you'll discover great times all year long.
Great times come with the territory.
Go to our website or call this number for your free visitor's guide to great times.
Weeknights at 11, the Monsters take over Comcast Sportsnet's late night with a special 1-hour encore of Monsters in the Morning. Catch the very best interviews and hottest sports topics from the morning show. Monsters in the Morning Encore, weeknights at 11 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Cubs take care of the White Sox 5-4 today in round 2 of the Crosstown. The top of the 7th after Jake Fox single. Fontenot was safe on an error by Paul Konerko, his first E in 100 games. Giovani Soto followed that with a 3-run homer. Paulie addressed the media a short time ago.
Kind of equally played on both sides, good and the bad, and just, tough loss for us, and just got to shake it off and get home and have a good dinner and come back and get them tomorrow.
The way you guys have been playing, coming back and winning, you've done like 4 of the last 6 wins, you've come back to win. I mean, did it seem like this was another one that was going to go your way?
Especially, yeah, I mean, things, in the 8th there, we had it going, and, you're right there, and you're so close to tying it up. But, even with pods up there at the end of the game, I mean, you're you're believing that something good is going to happen. And they made their pitches right at the end there, and they were just that much better. I mean, it was no one dominated that game. It just, they were just a little bit better, and that's why they won.
Do you feel,
Here is our crosstown opinion poll on this evening. Who had the toughest day? Was it Milton Bradley, Fonzie, Carlos Marmol, Jose Contreras, or A.J. Pierzynski? Here's what you had to say. 39% say it was Milton Bradley, who had heated exchange with Lou Piniella after his at-bat in the 6th inning. Milton was replaced in right field and was sent home. A.J. Pierzynski, he grounded into that bases-loaded double play with 1 out in the bottom of the 8th inning. A.J. addressed the media. Let's listen in.
I was looking for a pitch up. He threw me a high curveball. I mean, he's known for having a good breaking ball, and I hit it hard, and I hit it right to the wrong guy. Hit it 3 feet to the left, 3 feet to the right. We're shaking hands right now, but hit it to him, and what can you do? Pinch hitting's tough, and Marshall, I know, has a good curveball, and he threw it high. I mean, look at the replay. It was high right down the middle, and I hit it good, and sometimes, stuff happens.
Is that pretty much what you're looking for, the pinch hitter? You just come out there and...
You're looking for a strike, something up, and he threw it up, and I just missed it. I mean, like I said, I wanted to get something in the air, and, I hit it hard, but just went to the wrong place.
As soon as you hit it, were you like, oh, shit? I mean, you knew exactly.
Well, he's a Gold Glove first baseman. He's going to, I hit it, and I was like, just run as hard as you can down the line. Hopefully someone makes a mistake, but, they didn't, and get them tomorrow.
It's like a pretty well-played game over, competitive game over.
Competitive game, well played. We made one mistake to, Jose made a couple of mistakes to Soto and to Fox, but other than that, we played well, we battled, and we had chances, and we'll get them tomorrow.
When you evaluate both managers' post-game remarks, both clubhouses, it seemed like there's more tension on the Cubs side, even though they won because of the questions about Carlos Marmol, Soto's situation off the field, Milton Bradley's situation. It was a really interesting day on the South side. What did you take away from it?
Well, a lot of emotion. There was a lot of emotion that went into what happened with Milton Bradley, Giovani Soto thing coming out, him hitting the big 3-run home run. The Cubs offense coming to life, taking advantage of an error, getting guys on base and making them pay. This is the Cubs team that we saw last year, the team that came out and took advantage of opportunities, hit the long ball quite a bit more than they have this year, found a way to score a bunch of runs, and you saw that today.
All right, Bill, what did you take away from round 2, the first blood here going to the Northsiders?
A couple of things. Happy with Contreras the way he threw, because each and every time he takes the mound, we look for something to happen, the bad things before he went down to Charlotte. They're not happening, so you can kind of say, he might be on track a little bit. And again, the White Sox, the error Paul Konerko made, very tough play. He hasn't made an error in 100 games, and all of a sudden we can't pitch over it. So it's kind of what's been happening. We've made a mistake behind a pitcher, and we just haven't been able to shut down the next hitter. So that kind of stands out with the ball club. Another surprise is the fact that we took 2-3 from the Dodgers, but we're still having a little bit of problem at home.
Ryan Dempster will take on Mark Burley tomorrow in Game 2. That's over on Fox. By the way, Dempster rode his bike down the south side today. I don't think he'll be riding his bike to the game tomorrow.
No, he's to say he's not staying in shape. But I think for Ryan tomorrow, his key is definitely going to be his off-speed pitches. You saw today the ability, Randy Wells, to change it up, to change speeds on this fastball hitting lineup that's on the south side. These guys can hit a fastball. You can't get too many by him. They are an aggressive team. If he's got his splitting and his slider, he is going to have a lot of success tomorrow.
On Sunday, it's going to be Carlos Zambrano taking on Johnny Danks, and that's when we will see you next. Pre-game live gets things going at noon. Then Hawk and Steve have the call from U.S. Cellular at 1 o'clock on your home for Chicago baseball, Comcast Sportsnet. That's going to do it for this one as the Cubs take care of business. 5-4 was your final. For Todd Hollinsworth and Bill Melton, the Big Hurt, Frank Thomas, Doug Glanville, Luke Stuckmeyer, and a cast of thousands. I'm Pat Boyle. Up next, it's Sports Night. Chris Bowden will run you down the entire day on the south side with reactions from both clubhouses. Enjoy your weekend, everyone. We'll see you again on Sunday.
Cubs Postgame Live is presented to you by Lowe's. This season, spring starts at Lowe's. Let's build something together.
We're said former American League home run champ.
Everything's good.
You didn't have to face me.
Fortunately, and I thought it was Lou All's best game of the year.
He ain't going to score last night. He turnstile that guy.
I'm a basketball guy.
Comcast Sportsnet's all-star lineup.
Went crazy. Now that's supposed to be.
Down here, please.
And that's how the batting zone got started.
Fans just like you.
Hey, deep dish, big boy. Want some water?
Find all the greats on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Chicagoans love their pizza. That's why you come to Giordano's. Some for 30 years now. We use only the finest ingredients to make Giordano's famous stuffed pizza, our equally famous thin crust pizza. Plus salads, pastas, sandwiches, and more. Come on into Giordano's and celebrate 30 great years with us. Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. We made it good. You made it famous.
Every morning, catch up on everything happening in Chicago sports with Sports Rise. It's the perfect way to start your sports day. Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Spell simplicity.
Simplicity. F-E-L-D-C-O.
Close enough.
Call 866 for Feldco.
Hey everyone, Len Casper and Bob Brenly here.
How'd you like to hit the links with us this summer?
Presenting the annual Swingin' Away with Len and Bob sweepstakes. You and a guest could win a round of golf with us at Cantini Golf in Wheaton.
To enter, just log on to csnchicago.com and fill out an entry form.
The Swingin' Away with Len and Bob sweepstakes presented by the Chicago District Golf Association for everyone who plays the game.
You love talking to me, don't you?
Next question.
Lupus. Let's start that over again.
This is going to be it.
All in one game. And now I'm getting kissed by Dustin Buffett.
Hope you brought your umbrella. Ella.
Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet. A lot of sports, a lot of fun.
Hello, I'm Giovani Soto, and you're watching Comcast Sportsnet.
Coming up on Sports Night. Night, live from the Comcast Sportsnet studios in downtown Chicago.
Good evening. Thanks for dialing up Sports Night. I'm Chris Bowden. As always, the Crosstown Series was swimming with storylines from pot to stirring the pot to a star returning to the batting cage, and that was just before the game. During it, a near-cage match between one of these fiery managers and one of his own players. So if your seatbelts are fastened, let's start this ride. Cubs and White Sox split their rain-shortened two-game series on the north side last week. On to the south side, Jose Contreras looking for his third win in 4 starts since his recall. He was on right out of the gate. Freezing Alfonso Soriano with a nasty breaking ball. Later in the inning, Milton Bradley goes down looking as Jose paints the outside corner. He had 5 strikeouts through 4 innings. Bottom 1, 2 outs. Nobody on for Jermaine Dye, who takes Randy Wells to left. The no-doubter gives the Sox a 1-0 lead. It's Dye's 17th of the year. But Wells would settle down. Bottom 2, Ramon Castro with a swing and miss. Next up, Chris Getz. Doesn't get around on that one. Then in the third, Gordon Beckham caught a admiring strike 3. Like Contreras, Wells continuing to impress since his recall from AAA. Top 4, 2 out, 1 on for Jake Fox. He takes Contreras deep. That's 2 homers for his major league career. Second in as many days. Cubs lead it 2-1. Bottom 4, bases empty for Jim Thome. Guess where he goes? Like Diane Fox over the wall in left, another solo homer. Number 13 for Big Jim, 554 overall now. Game tied at 2. Top 6. Contreras still in. He takes down Kosuke Fukudome, swing for his 6 strikeouts. Appears to strain his back on the pitch. Ozzie comes out to take a look. Trainer Herm Schneider as well. But he stays in the game. Next batter, Bradley, who wisely took the first 2 pitches for balls. Then he flies out to left. He and Piniella would exchange words after the at-bat when Bradley started taking frustrations out in the dugout. Lou replaces Bradley with Ryan Friel after Bradley reportedly left the stadium in street clothes. The top 7 still tied at 2. Guess who starts the rally? Fox, his 3rd hit of the game, single, double, and homer, so runner on first, 1 out. Up next, Mike Fontenot. Grounds to first. Could have been an inning double play, but Paul Konerko boots it. So 2 on and 1 out. Next up, Giovani Soto, and the man who made headlines for the wrong reasons yesterday takes Contreras deep to center. Soto, 7th on the year, puts the Cubs on top, 5-2. Bottom 8, Carlos Marmol in for Wells. Walked a pair. 2 on for Dye, who pops one to left. Soriano the late jump, and he and Andres Blanco collide. Everybody's safe. Bases loaded now, 1 out. And up again comes Thome, and he comes through again. Lines went off Derek Lee's glove. Beckham and Alexei Ramirez score. Sox now trail by just 1, 5-4. In comes Sean Marshall to get out of the jam. Facing A.J. Brzezinski, who did not start today, in as a pinch hitter, and he grounds out on the very first pitch. Lee goes home. They get A.J. at first. Double play to end the inning. Cubs still lead at 5-4 going into the 9th. And that's the difference. As Kevin Gregg closes things out. He strikes out Chris Getz to start the bottom of the 9th. Then with 2 gone, Scott Pasednik goes down looking to end the game on the outside corner. Gregg with his 12th save. Cubs win 5-4 to end a 4-game losing streak. 2 big hits gives Wells his 2nd win in as many starts. After going winless and deserving better over his first 7, he scattered 5 hits, allowed just the 2 solos over 7, walking 2, striking out 6 in a 98-pitch afternoon. 3 Sox had 2 hits apiece, but they got just 1 other hit from the rest of their lineup. The Cubs end a 6-game road losing streak. Soto's home run made the Cubs 1 for 6 with runners in scoring position. Now 3 for 41 on the trip. And with more on that 6th inning drama between the manager and the right fielder, we go live to U.S. Cellular Field. Our Gail Fisher, as always, on the Cubs beat. And Gail, Lou, very frank afterwards as to what went down there.
Yes, he was, Chris. You know, leave it to Milton Bradley to overshadow a big Cubs victory here on the south side. Bradley wasn't even really supposed to play in this game, as Piniella had said he was going to rest Bradley for a couple of days. Well, the Cubs skipper changed his mind. Bradley was in the game and, of course, was struggling at the plate. He comes out after that 6th inning. He throws a helmet at the Gatorade machine in the dugout area and broke it, I'm being told. And he walks through the hallway into the clubhouse, and Lou Piniella follows him, and the 2 exchange some heated words. This is nothing new to the Cubs, though. There's been a lot of displays of frustration all season long. Bradley isn't the first to do it, but this is a new, calm, cool Lou Piniella, and I think he wants his players to adopt that same sort of demeanor. So Piniella said afterwards that not only did he ask Bradley to just go home, but he said he's had enough.
I told him to take his uniform off. He threw his helmet and smashed the water cooler, water flying all over. I just told him to take his uniform off and go home. And followed him up into the clubhouse, and we exchanged some words. I don't like those things that happen, but I'm just tired of watching all that.
What led up to it?
What led up to it? What led up to it was the fired helmet and the smashed cooler. This has been a common occurrence, and I've looked the other way a lot, and I'm done with it.
Will you play tomorrow?
Look, I'm not into discipline. I'm really not. I'm really not. I'm gonna put his name in the lineup tomorrow, and that's it. Look, I'm not happy that this thing happened. I'm really not. But at the same time, it was time.
I really didn't kind of see what happened. He just threw something down, you know, in the dugout, and you know, I was kind of talking to Z, and he kind of went up, you know, but they came in here, so I really don't. I didn't see what happened.
Yeah, he's frustrated. The guy, you know, he's a guy who's had success, and it's not working out. He's working his butt off, and you know, he's just waiting for it to click in for him, and when it doesn't click, it's frustrating. So I'm sure he's a little bit frustrated.
And Jim Hendry also said afterwards that he doesn't want to comment or issue any sort of discipline until after he's able to talk to Milton Bradley about the incident. All right, all this going on, and yet the Cubs did get the victory over the White Sox. A big game for Giovani Soto and Jake Fox. Soto with a couple of hits, including what turned out to be the game-winning 3-run home run. Jake Fox going 3 for 4 with a home run of his own. So the two of them accounting for all 5 of those Cubs runs. Overall, good day at the plate for both players.
This is my 4th game out of the last 5, and it really helps you get into a rhythm, you know. And I felt good at the plate last night. I felt good again tonight. And you know, when they make mistakes, you got to make them pay for it. And I saw a few mistakes tonight, and it felt good. You know, it felt real good.
It's always good to start on a good note. You know, obviously I didn't start on a good note, but you know, it's a long season. You know, it's good to finally kind of getting that rhythm back and just help the team out.
Fox, Soto. 3-run homer, 2-run homer. You know, you score runs in a hurry that way. And Fox has been doing a really nice job with the bat. I'll tell you what, he's doing a nice job at third base. Give the young man a lot of credit. And Soto's starting to come around. He's hitting the ball with some power and throwing much better. Good to see.
Of course, Soto's success coming on the heels of the news that he tested positive for marijuana during the World Baseball Classic. Soto said this morning that he apologizes and just wants to move on. But Lou Piniella had said that he thinks the whole news and the information was hanging over Soto's head and that it did affect his performance this season. So now that it's out there, perhaps Soto will really start swinging the bat much like he did today. So a lot of subplots out here, but the Cubs do get the victory over the White Sox. Chris, let's send it back to you.
All right, thanks, Gail. As the Cubs turn, we'll look forward to your full report coming up at 10. We've got much more from the South Side later on this edition of Sports Night. We'll hear from the White Sox as their rally fell 1 run short. More reaction from U.S. Cellular Field is coming up. Now, we have previously heard the pros and cons of the World Baseball Classic, and the Cubs' Giovani Soto had the honor of being selected for the team from his native Puerto Rico. Now, as Gail just told us, last year's National League Rookie of the Year is dealing with the shame of testing positive for marijuana during the event and having to face the fans and media in the wake of yesterday's revelation.
I'm the same guy, you know, like I said, I mean, I'm just here to play ball and, you know, get some wins for Chicago. Well, right now, I'm just focused on baseball, and, you know, that's, you know, I'm here 100% to get good games, and, you know, I'm just here to play baseball.
I have smoked dope one time in my life. It didn't do a damn thing for me, okay? And I never tried it again, and I'm fortunate because of that. I do know that young people make mistakes at times, and they learn from mistakes. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life personally, and I've learned from them. So how am I going to... I read his comments. He knows that what he did is wrong, and now he said he was embarrassed and sorry about it, and it's over with. It's a non-issue as far as I'm concerned.
Now, for the first time since separating his left shoulder 7 weeks ago, Cubs third baseman Aramis Ramirez took live batting practice before today's series opener. He appeared to be swinging normally, as you see there, without any discomfort. The true test comes in how he feels tomorrow following almost 2 months of inactivity with that lead shoulder at the plate. You'll hear more from Lou later in Sports Night. With the Cubs' struggles this year, some are wondering if the skipper is going to stick around after his contract expires in 2010. Piniella answers that question a bit later. Plus more on another Crosstown Classic. We'll go live to U.S. Cellular for reaction from the White Sox. That's coming up next on Sports Night.
In Northwest Indiana, the most sacred ground is the football field. But there's another piece of land that means the same, if not more, to Notre Dame's head football coach, Charlie Weiss. It's the headquarters of Hannah and Friends, a foundation the Weisses started in recognition of their daughter, Hannah.
We have enough resources to take care of Hannah, but that was one of the points Moore brought up to me is, you know, what are we doing for anyone else?
7 years ago, Charlie and his wife, Maura, decided to embark on a life-altering project that would not only help daughter Hannah, but many children and adults with special needs.
We want people to know that these are some of the best people on the planet. We should just learn from them. If we could just learn the lessons that these great people have to teach us, I think the world would be a better place.
The Foundation of Charlie Weiss, Sunday night at 4:30 after White Sox postgame live, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Sports Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by the United States Marine Corps. The few, the proud, the Marines.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
Chicago White Sox baseball season is here. Come out to U.S. Cellular Field to enjoy a great time. The White Sox offer group and party areas for every budget and size, individual game suites for groups of 20 to 100 guests, the fan deck in center field where you have a bird's eye view of the action, and the patio and warning track party area to enjoy the game from field level. Many options include food and beverage, making every location affordable. Book your party today for great White Sox action. Learn more by calling 312-674-1000 or visiting whitesox.com.
Haven't ordered dinner yet? Then try Giordano's, Chicago's famous stuffed pizza. We made it good. You made it famous.
Weeknights at 11, the Monsters take over Comcast Sportsnet's late night with the very best interviews and hottest sports topics from the morning show. Monsters in the Morning Encore, weeknights at 11 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best brand.
Ground ball to Derek Lee. There's Lee with one. The return throw. Relay throw in time. And the inning is quickly over.
Each team hit 2 home runs. The Cubs came with men aboard. The Sox didn't. And their late rally fell a run short, just 1 hit away, as you saw there. Cubs take the series opener 5-4. Jose Contreras dropping his 2nd straight decision since his impressive return from the minors. All right, we've heard from Gail Fisher on the Cubs side. Now let's hear what the White Sox had to say as they fall back to 3 games below 500, back live to U.S. Cellular Field, where Chuck Garfine's just out of the locker room. Hey, Chuck.
Hey, Chris, you know, after coming from behind in 4 of the last 6 wins, it did appear like the White Sox were about to do it again. They had the bases loaded in the bottom of the 8th, and they had the man they wanted at the plate. A.J. Pierzynski, pinch hitting, Mr. Clutch. How many times has he come through in this situation? But here today, he hit into that devastating double play, and he said afterwards he just hit the ball in the wrong place at the wrong time.
You know, I hit it hard, and I hit it right to the wrong guy, you know. Hit it 3 feet to the left, 3 feet to the right. We're shaking hands right now, but hit it to him, and, you know, what can you do? Pinch hitting's tough, and, you know, Marshall, I know, has a good curveball, and he threw it high, and look at the replay. It was high right down the middle, and I hit it good, and sometimes, you know, stuff happens.
Is that pretty much what you're looking for, the pinch hitter? You just come out there and...
You're looking for a strike, something up, and he threw it up, and I just missed it. I mean, like I said, I mean, I wanted to get something in the air, and, you know, I hit it hard, but just went to the wrong place.
Bad at bat.
Bad at bat?
Yes. That's you know, I mean, I think so. We was bad at bat. You know, we come from the bench. He might was looking breaking ball, but the breaking ball was, you know, was a strike, and it ended up the wrong way for us.
As for the Milton Bradley, Lou Piniella dust-up, the White Sox actually caught wind of it during the game. In fact, Paul Konerko was playing first base during it. He saw the players, some Cubs players, running into the tunnel. He wasn't sure why. Obviously, he found out afterwards, but he was still asking us in the media after the game, hey, what exactly happened? For myself, I wasn't even sure what happened as I was covering the White Sox. But anyway, interesting development. And you can't actually be surprised because, yes, it's Cubs, it's Sox. How many times have we seen stories like this? Just an ongoing saga continuing between the Cubs and the Sox. That's going to do it here live from U.S. Cellular Field. Send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Chuck, thanks very much. Maybe be thankful you're covering the White Sox instead of the Cubs. Now, Lou has yet to get in one of those highlight reel dust-ups with an umpire. That kinder, gentler version makes some in Cubdom believe he's so deflated by the way things have gone these first 3 months that he might want to bail out early on a contract that runs through next season. He was asked about his staying power prior to the game.
If I'm the face of baseball, baseball's in trouble. I didn't say anything. All I said is I'm signed through next year. I didn't say anything about anything else. It's a non-story. I don't know why all of a sudden this becomes an issue. I'm signed through next year, and that's the end of it.
Now, Lou says he has seen enough after Milton Bradley tosses his helmet and tries to throw down a cooler. Sweet Lou tells Milton his day was over. Frank Thomas, Doug Glanville discuss that and today's nail-biter when we return.
Tough Shed installs all kinds of garages all year round. But June is the final month to get a free storage building when you buy a Tough Shed garage. Tough Shed garages and storage buildings, coast to coast. To find the store nearest you, call 1-800-BUY-TOUGH or visit toughshed.com.
Ready? At the count of 2.9. 2.9?
2.9 APR. It's the summer showdown at Arlington Acura in Palatine. Get 2.9 APR now on the amazing 2009 Acura TL and MDX.
Bob Rohrman. It's our summer showdown. You owe it to yourself. Bob Rohrman's Arlington Acura in Palatine, just 1 block west of Route 53 on Dundee Road.
4 meals under $4, that's a good deal.
Steak burger, good, fresh meat. So much glorious, meaty goodness.
Salty sticks of brilliant cheeseburger, French fries.
There's a little crispy edge.
All the steaky juiciness comes out.
If you eat it correctly, there's going to be a spot or two on your shirt.
Your favorite steak burger meals and even chicken fingers, all served with our thin and crispy fries. 4 meals under $4.
Under $4, full stomach. I will go for that every time.
Steak and Shake. Life needs flavor.
On Sunday, August 9th, minor league excitement is back in the 2nd annual Road to Wrigley, presented by National City, now part of PNC. Get ready for a day of action featuring the wacky superstars and fan interaction. Kids under 14 will get a chance to run the bases after the game. Tickets starting at just $5. Order today at Cubs.com.
See Wrigley Field like you never have before. Take a 90-minute behind-the-scenes tour of this legendary ballpark. Now, Chicago Trolley offers convenient transportation to and from Wrigley Field. Purchase tickets by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or by visiting Cubs.com.
All it takes is just one DUI to permanently scar you for life. You can't hide it, and it won't go away. Cops are cracking down. And now, just one DUI means you'll have to take a breath alcohol test every time you drive. Don't be a loser. Don't drink and drive.
Buy a Tough Shed storage building and pick a free option. Choose from paint, shelving, vents, and more. But hurry, this offer ends June 30th. Tough Shed storage buildings and garages, coast to coast. Call 1-800-BUY-TOUGH or visit toughshed.com.
Welcome back. For complete coverage of the Crosstown Classic, log on to csnchicago.com from your computer or phone. We'll have the latest news from both sides of town, plus keep up to date with the Cubs and Sox with Luke Stuckmeyer's Bricks and Ivy blog and Chuck Garfine's Sox Store, presented by Toshiba. That's on csnchicago.com. So the Cubs take the opener of this weekend 3-game series by just 1 run. Plenty of things to talk about. And our special crosstown analysts, Doug Glanville, the former Cub and former White Sox, Frank Thomas, are at the ballpark with our Luke Stuckmeyer. Let's see what they have to say.
All right, 5-4 win for the Cubs. Luke Stuckmeyer with Frank Thomas and Doug Glanville. Doug, we'll start with you. You called Jake Fox was going to be your player of the game. Came through with a home run in one of the big plays of the game.
Yeah, well, I like how Jake is swinging the bat right now. He's extremely aggressive, and I think the Cubs need that in the lineup. He's not wasting any time, and he's getting some big hits right now, and clearly that was one of the things that jump-started their offense today.
Frank, Jose Contreras didn't pitch a bad ball game, but it kind of got away from him just on 1 or 2 quick plays.
Well, really, I thought he had it working today. He was dropping down with a fastball and a split finger, and he's throwing from up the top, too. So, and in a type game like this with all this pressure, it only takes 1 inning. I'm happy the way he's pitching right now, and if he continues to pitch that way the rest of the season, this team's going to win a lot of ball games.
Maybe it takes just 1 play. Paul Konerko had gone more than 100 games without a single error, but that 1 error was a big one in this game.
Those type of plays always happen. There's always the easy plays that you make the errors on, and there's always the hard ones that Paulie's making the plays on. So, I mean, those things happen. Who knew the next pitch would be a home run, 3-run home run, and basically it was the ball game.
Doug, you talked about Sean Marshall. He comes in, pressure-packed situation. 3 games in a row now. He's thrown a total of 7 pitches and gotten 3 outs.
Well, that's what the Cubs have been looking for. It's been a tough battle finding that left-handed guy to get those key hitters out in those situations. And, Marshall's been doing the job, and you have to give him credit because going from starting back to the bullpen, back to starting, he's been the swing guy, and he's done a nice job.
Frank, I want to ask you about one of your former teammates. We had Milton Bradley went out of the game. There was a report of a scuffle back there. Then he
left the ballpark. That kind of stuff happens in baseball, doesn't it? Is it surprising to you?
You know, I've seen it before, and I've seen it before with Milton, but I just don't know what really happened. I think everything's secondhand right now. But if a manager sometimes yells and screams at a player, it gets everybody else going. And at the time, you know, a 3-run home run happened. So you just never know what might have happened, but these things do happen in baseball.
Yeah, Doug, what goes through your mind as a player in the dugout and you hear stuff going on? You're like, what's happening back there?
Yeah, well, it's an emotional environment, especially in this series. And, you know, some guys aren't playing as well as they'd like, and they want to produce. So, you know, maybe we'll get guys fired up for the next game.
How about a key for Ryan Dempster in Game 2 of this series?
Well, I think Dempster's done a nice job. Even when he hasn't had his good stuff, he keeps this team in the game. So I think he just needs a, you know, a little bit early lead and get the guys going early in the game, and I think he'll be fine.
And Frank Sox lean on Mark Burley tomorrow?
Most definitely. He's the ace of the staff. He'll come out and throw a great game regardless of what the outcome is. I just hope the offense gets back on track like they were. I think A.J. came in a little cold today, had to swing at the first pitch, but he hit the ball hard. Those things do happen in baseball. So for tomorrow, you know, I'm looking for the White Sox to bounce back.
I only have one prediction. It's going to be another exciting game for the Crosstown Classic. For Frank and Doug, I'm Luke. We'll send it back to the studio.
All right, guys, thanks very much. And after tomorrow, the series returns to Comcast Sportsnet Sunday. We'll have another hour-long Crosstown pregame live with Pat, Bill, Todd, Frank, and Doug starting at noon. Then Hawk and Steve bring you the call at 1 in high definition. Stick around immediately afterwards for postgame live. We'll have Lou and Ozzy's postgame press conferences and other clubhouse reaction that Sunday here on Comcast Sportsnet. Stay with us. We'll have more Sports Night after the break.
And 3 days only, Grossinger Toyota North Lincolnwood is dropping prices on their best sellers. 2009 Corolla LEs are now just $12,900, and 2009 Camry LEs only $16,900. These are only two examples of the huge savings you'll find on every Toyota in stock. Over 600 vehicles to choose from. Need credit? We can help you get approved and put you in a better car today. 2009 Corolla LEs, $12,900. 2009 Camry LEs, only $16,900. All offers end in just 3 days. Get to Grossinger Toyota North Lincolnwood and save.
Come out to U.S. Cellular Field for summertime baseball fun. Take in a game with your friends and family and catch all the great baseball action. Visit the Comcast Fundamentals deck with your kids or come early to tailgate. Great individual game tickets are available. Ticket prices start as low as $9.50 for select games. And don't miss our family ticket packs, which include a game ticket, hot dog meal on select dates for as little as $16 per person. Visit WhiteSox.com or call 866-SOX-GAME.
You may already be a fan of the Honda Civic, the best-selling small car in America. Considering its remarkably high MPG, surprisingly low cost to maintain, and the fact that it's the longest-lasting car in its class, you'll find it actually has a low cost of ownership. So wake up and join the club. Go to Edmunds.com for an independent report on the true cost to own a Civic. And then check out the affordable leases and low financing you'll find at your Honda dealer.
I personally chose the Excel program because I found the curriculum very challenging.
The instructors really want to see you succeed.
And we really try hard to develop a number of different kind of activities that cause the students to engage one another.
The students in the classroom are very diverse, so the conversations that we engage in are very stimulating.
This is the kind of thing that can change your life, and if you really are willing to work at it, it can make a huge difference.
St. Ambrose University Excel program, the right choice for you, your career, and your lifestyle.
Racing, sure it's rough, and there's times it can be ugly. But anyone tells you racing ain't pretty, well, they sure ain't watching the same racing.
Only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Coming up on Sports Night at 10 o'clock, Sarah Kustak joins me. We'll have a complete recap of today's Cubs-Sox game and the fallout from the Milton Bradley Lou Piniella dugout incident. And the Hawks make their first pick in the NHL draft. We'll tell you who he is tonight at 10. And if you missed any of today's thriller, we'll rebroadcast in its entirety next. It's a great game. We won't even tell you who won it. Stick around to watch that. Thanks for watching this edition of Sports Night. I'm Chris Bowden. Have yourself a great Friday night, everyone.
Yeah, you know the spot.
Right away, sir.
Welcome to Giordano's. Your table's ready.
Thank you.
How's everything?
Fantastic.
What's your secret?
It's the fresh ingredients, and it's been so for the last 30 years.
We made it good. You made it famous.
From Wagner comes a revolution in power painting. Optimus dual tip technology with a more refined spray pattern here. This dual tip design delivers better paint coverage here, superior control here, and a beautiful finish here. All of which adds more to life out here. The new Optimus Power Painter with dual tip technology only from Wagner. And now, Wagner brings you the world's first and only cordless power painter with Optimus dual tip technology. Available at Lowe's.
Hi, I'm Barry Goldstein. Every once in a while, something comes along that is so simple and so helpful you can't believe it. For me, it's Thome Caddy, a remarkable new golf aid that ensures a proper grip every time. Just put it on your club, place your thumb in the cradle, set your grip, and that's it. If you want to improve your accuracy, improve your grip. If you want to eliminate hooks and slices, improve your grip. And if you want to reach your ultimate potential as a golfer, start with the proper grip.
Now, for just $19.95, let Thome Caddy improve your grip.
I spent thousands on clubs, but nothing's improved my game like the Thome Caddy. I mean, for $20, you can't go wrong.
I've never been more confident in my grip. It really works.
Well, I've consistently taken 6 to 8 strokes off my game. It's awesome.
Thome Caddy. It's simply the best tool I've ever seen for improving your grip. Just snap it, fit it, grip it, and rip it.
Order now at thumecaddy.net or call 877-334-GRIP. For only $19.95, get 3 Thome Caddies and an instructional DVD. Improve your grip today.
On Sunday, August 9th, minor league excitement is back in the second annual Road to Wrigley, presented by National City, now part of PNC. Get ready for a day of action featuring the wacky superstars and fan interaction. Kids under 14 will get a chance to run the bases after the game. Tickets starting at just $5. Order today at Cubs.com. Are you going to the game or looking for a place to watch it? The Captain Morgan Club on Addison and Sheffield is calling your name. Open year-round with 30 flat-screen TVs and an outdoor patio. Come to the Captain Morgan Club to watch the Cubs and every sporting event. Tickets or no tickets, we're calling all captains.
You're invited to grab the wheel and drive the Lincoln difference. This summer, test drive the latest in luxury and technology from Lincoln. We'll cover your first 3 payments, plus you'll get 0% financing, or get $3,600 customer cash plus $1,000 FMCC bonus cash on the 09 Lincoln MKX. Visit your Lincoln dealer or landoflincolnmercury.com today.